Good morning, distinguished delegates. Yesterday, my dear colleague, the second Vice President, Ambassador of Peru, had left the agenda item 8, Strategy, Planning and Reform, and B, on Reform. Today, we will start with agenda item Strategy, Planning and Reform, item C, Internal Oversight, Ethics and Joint Inspection Unit. And at this stage, I invite the Secretary General to introduce document A338C on Internal Oversight, Ethics and Joint Inspection Unit.
Thank you, Madam President. Good morning to you all. I hope you are safely surviving so many receptions. I believe I have to put weight measurement on this floor. You can check your health. For 4 reports, 1 management letter and 1 note listed in the document A338C have been received from the Joint Inspection Unit since the 32nd regular session of the Assembly, containing 28 recommendations applicable to IMO. As requested by JIU statutes, the documents received were submitted to the Council, as well as information on outstanding recommendations, along with my comments, where appropriate. The Council noted the information provided and endorsed in general the action I had taken in respect of the recommendations which were of relevance to the organization. The decisions reached by the Council in this regard are reflected in document C128D and C129D. Since the last session of the Assembly, a database was developed to systematically monitor and analyze the status of implementation of the JIU recommendations. The detailed statistical information on the status of implementation was provided to the 128th session of the Council. In document C128-4C, C129 noted that the Secretariat will present detailed reporting on all JIU recommendations to C132 and biannually thereafter. The annual reports of the Joint Inspection Unit for 2021 and 2022, along with its work programs for 2022 and 2023, were issued by the UN as document A7634, supplement number 34, and A7734, supplement number 34 as well. C128, C129, and C130 noted the internal oversight and ethics annual reports and updates on 2021, 22, 23 activities, respectively, as well as the IOEO work plan engagement progress report. Thank you.
Thank you, Secretary General. The introduction on the internal oversight and ethics activities and the 4 reports, 1 management letter, and 1 note of the Joint Inspection Unit, referred to in document A33/8C, and its annex have already been considered by the Council, as mentioned by the Secretary General. No specific action or decision is requested of the Assembly at this stage on any of the matters dealt within the document on this item, and therefore the Assembly is only invited to take note of the information contained therein and to comment as it may deem appropriate. At this stage, I invite comments, if any, on this agenda item from the floor. I see that there are no comments. I take it that the Assembly has taken note of the consideration by the Council of the information on the internal oversight and ethics activities and the 4 reports, 1 management letter, and 1 note of the Joint Inspection Unit referred to in document A33/8C and its annex. If there is no objection, it is so decided. I now invite the Assembly to consider Agenda Item 9 on the IMO Member States Audit Scheme and the Secretary General to introduce document A33/9 reporting on the progress made in the implementation of the scheme since A32 and any additional information he may wish to provide. You have the floor, Secretary General.
Thank you, Madam President. Document A33/9 reports on the progress made in the implementation of the IMO Member State Audit Scheme. I'm pleased to inform the Assembly that since the commencement of mandatory audits in February 2016, 118 audits have been conducted in accordance with the overall audit schedule, including 9 audits conducted in remote mode and 3 audits conducted using hybrid methodology. The conduct of the audit of the biennium largely to schedule is a remarkable testament to the commitment and cooperation of our member states. Based on the relevant decision taken by the Council as well as the latest developments, the updated audit schedule with the relevant notations on the progress made in the implementation of each audit is set out in the annex. I'm particularly appreciative that all member states audited since 2016 have authorized the Secretariat to release their executive summary reports, corrective action plan, and the related member state comments on the progress made on the implementation of its corrective action plan to all member states and in 6 cases to the public. The release of these reports demonstrates the transparency and the commitment of the audited member states to work toward ensuring improvements in the implementation and enforcement of the mandatory IMO instrument. And for this, I must commend you all. I would also like to draw the Assembly's attention to the circular letter number 3587 of 15th September 2015, which invited a member state to designate an authorized person to be granted access to the member state audit module in cases, including the audit reports and the corrective action plans that are released to all member states to facilitate sharing the lessons learned from audits. Turning to the audit follow-up, the analysis of audit follow-up report reveals limited capacity in the majority of the member states audited 2016 and 17 and 18 to implement the agreed collective actions. Only 2.4% out of the total number of the collective action plans recorded from 37 audits were found to be effectively implemented. This result further reinforces the importance of addressing those capacity gaps through additional efforts of both audited member states and the organization as a whole. To assess this major challenge for the scheme in the first audit cycle, and to consider modalities for further development of the scheme into the second audit cycle, the Council re-established the Joint Working Group on the Member State Audit Scheme. The group has completed its work in accordance with the terms of reference, and its outcome will be reported to Council 132. Madam President, I have a good reason to be pleased with the progress made in the implementation of the audit scheme and in progress made in the development of the scheme in the second audit cycle. I'd like to express my deep thanks and appreciation to those member states that have undergone the audit for the transparent and cooperative manner in which they have accepted the audit process and the audit teams. I thank auditors for their commitment and integrity and those member states that provided auditors. I'm also very pleased with the dedication and professionalism of the staff of the department for member state audit and implementation support, for their continuous engagement in the delivery of the audit program. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary General, for the introduction of this agenda item. The floor is now open for general comments on this document just introduced. The delegation of Suriname.
Madam Vice President, delegates, good morning. We congratulate you, Madam Vice President, on your election as one of the officials of this Assembly. Suriname takes note of the information provided in document 833/9 and informs the Assembly that we were audited in 2018 and have reported to the IMO on the progress of the implementation of the Corrective Action Plan. Regarding paragraph 29 of the document at hand, we can report that we have registered 2 officials, a male and a female, on the e-roster for inclusion in the roster of auditors. Both are multilingual. Madam Vice President, in closing, as follow-up to the audits, we wish to reiterate the need for assistance in developing the national maritime policy and development and drafting of maritime legislation of developing states. We endorse the actions as contained in paragraph 31 of document 833/9. Thank you, Madam Vice President.
I thank the delegation of Suriname for their comments. Do we see any other flags? The delegation of Panama, please. You have the floor.
Thank you very much, Vice President, for giving us the floor. Distinguished ambassadors, delegates, observers. The Republic of Panama would like to thank the Secretary General for the introduction of this report on the implementation of the updated plan, and we would like to thank all members of the Council and all those observers too who approved endorsing the revised calendar, including the decision to reprogram or to postpone the IMSAS point to 2025, as laid out in paragraph 5 in C137A. As member states who do have obligations to the IMO, and with this in mind, and all the maritime industry that depends on us as member nations, we would like to reiterate our commitment to implementing and complying with the different obligations and responsibilities that fall to us under the different instruments issued by the IMO. Furthermore, our administration has taken note of the different measures that are listed in the document, such as the authorization and the dissemination of the final reports to all member states, to provide the information on the authorized person to have access to the GSIS module, and in particular to submit comments on progress made on the corrective action plans. And we think that through the dissemination of information, through the exchange of information between all the member states and the organization, we will achieve better quality and better productivity and better implementation of all the different tools required here by the IMO, and therefore before and we will do the necessary before, during and after our next auditing, and we should all do this for the benefit of all those participants. To conclude, Chair, we agree that MSC and MEPC ought to be looking at the compendium of the 7 mandatory audits for the next period so that direct action can be taken when it comes to the lessons learnt and the deficiencies noted. And this with regard to each of the different applicable committees. Thank you very much for giving me the floor.
I thank the delegation of Panama, and I now give the floor to the delegation of the Netherlands.
Thank you, Madam President. Very good morning to all delegations, and many thanks to the delegations that had their receptions yesterday for their kind hospitality they provided to us. And as a reassurance to the Secretary General, we survived all the receptions, although just barely, I have to say, but it was fun. This delegation would first of all like to thank the Secretary General for the update provided in document A33/9 on the progress made in the implementation of the scheme since the last assembly. This delegation would particularly align itself with the concerns expressed on the low percentage of the audit follow-up, as well as on the fundamental level of some of the findings. We believe that both are important elements in order to increase compliance in fulfilling the international obligations as member states. The Kingdom of the Netherlands is of the view that this emphasizes the importance of further development of the MSS framework. Within the Kingdom, a continuous cycle is to be implemented to further increase compliance to the international obligations by using the non-exhaustive list of obligations as its framework. These views have also been exchanged in the recently held joint working group in which the Kingdom actively participated. We look forward to continue this important work with our global maritime colleagues and would like to encourage all of us to share our best practices actively to discuss the best way forward on the development of the scheme, and we therefore can support the actions mentioned in paragraph 31 of document A33/9. Thank you, Madam President.
I thank the delegation of Netherlands for their comments and recommendations. I now have the pleasure of giving the floor to the delegation of Argentina.
Thank you very much, President, and good day. Madam Argentina would like to thank the Secretary General for having introduced this document A33/9, and we thank him for the information given. There are a few points that we would like to raise. First of these, Madam, is that between the end of September and the beginning of October this year, the Argentine Maritime Administration and other Argentine authorities were audited by the IMO. Now, as happens with all member states, we are going to have to pay careful attention to the comments received from the audit. We would like to highlight in particular, as under the pandemic we introduced possibility of remote auditing, the Council also had decided that audits should be in line with the preferences of the audited state as far as possible. And in our particular case, we said that we would prefer an in-person audit. And therefore, we would like to say thank you to the Secretariat for meeting that preference of ours, because from our point of view, it was a very positive experience. Madam, in the working group in the 7th session, we were able to participate in that particular group. A number of proposals were discussed to improve the audit plan for the second cycle. My delegation is committed to continuing working with in the working group and improving everything when it comes to the implementation of the audits. And then finally, on the limited number of the audits, we are well aware in my delegation that time and again the bodies of the IMO have urged member states to nominate duly qualified auditors, people who have the right level of experience. And through our authorities, we are looking at the possibility of putting forward more people who do have the qualifications. And one point I'd like to raise is that we are trying to improve training so that we can also improve the participation of women in these audits. And in fact, this year, our auditors from Argentina participated in a course for auditors in Brazil, and we would like to say thank you to Brazil for offering us that possibility. And to conclude my comments on this point, Madam, I would like to make a point, and that is the audits require huge efforts from the member state in question. Over time, we have to meet the standards, we have to prepare the audit, we have to be as prepared as possible and make sure we get the very best out of the audit. But it also requires huge efforts on the part of the Secretariat, and therefore I would like to conclude by thanking the Secretariat, and I hope this point of mine will be duly reflected in the report. Thank you very much.
I thank the delegation of Argentina for her comments and, of course, for mentioning women auditors. I now have the pleasure of giving the floor to the delegation of the Philippines.
Thank you, Madam President, and good day to all. May I request a correction on the annex of the document for the year 2023, number 146 for the Philippines, which states, audit confirmed. In the remarks column, this should be changed to audited/reports being finalized, to be consistent with paragraph 6 of 833/9, wherein the Philippines has been reported to have completed its audit in 2023. The IMSA's audit was conducted as scheduled last 30 September to 9 October. Let me take this opportunity to convey our deep appreciation and thanks to you, Secretary General, and to the Department of Member State Audit and Implementation Support for ensuring our country's compliance with the IMO International Maritime Instruments through this IMSA's audit peer review. We likewise express our utmost appreciation to the IMSA's audit team for their thorough scrutiny of the performance of our flag state, port state, and coastal state obligations. We admire their competence and audit skill, which applied with thorough understanding and forthrightness had been very helpful to realize several insights in performing our functions. We look at our findings in a very positive way as areas of improvement, which can be given more importance with work and resources prioritized for the maritime industry. Indeed, there is a lot of work to be done for which we need the continued cooperation and collaboration of our member agencies in the continuation of the audit process, the conduct of root cause analysis to effectively address the findings, development of corrective action plan, and determination of technical assistance needs, and convey this all for possible inclusion in the Integrated Technical Cooperation Program. Be assured that we will address the identified findings to ensure effective implementation and enforcement of our obligations under the IMO mandatory instruments to which we are a party to. We remain ever committed to help achieve the goals of the IMSA's audit with consistent dedication and hard work. Madam President, we also thank the Secretary General for the updates, and we note the information provided and support the action requested in paragraph 31 of the subject document. Thank you, Madam President.
I thank the distinguished delegate of the Philippines, and I hope the Secretariat has taken note of the corrections she has suggested. And now I have the pleasure of giving the floor to the distinguished delegate of Greece. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Madam President. We express our appreciation to the IMO Secretary General for presenting the progress made on the implementation of the IMO Member State Audit Scheme, as well as for providing concrete background information as regards the audit schedule and the audit management. We would like to encourage all involved parties to proceed with the implementation of IMSAS within the context and time frame agreed by the respective Assembly resolution, as this is a crucial element for presenting a level playing field and the culture of quality in maritime transport. Finally, we thank the Secretary General and the competent departments of the IMO Secretariat for the continuous efforts to provide the necessary transparency of the audit results, as well as for facilitating the access to Member State audit reports through the GSIS module objectives, which we fully subscribe. Thank you, Madam President.
I thank the distinguished delegate of Greece, and I give the floor to the delegation of Bangladesh.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning to you. Good morning to all the distinguished delegates and ladies and gentlemen. Madam Chair, the delegation of Bangladesh takes the honor of your chairmanship of this meeting, in particular yourself being elected as the Vice President of this Assembly. We are very much grateful to all the member states that has elected you and supported you. Madam Chair, with regard to the delivery of audits during this biennium, this delegation do remember that we passed a very difficult pandemic COVID-19 situation. Despite this situation, Member State Audit Department and Member States done a very good job to keep the audit to the best possible level. So we can express our satisfaction about this outcome. Madam Chair, we agree with the previous speakers, and I would not like to repeat any of them, but there are a lot of good suggestions. We would like to make comment on one particular item, that is the comments by the Joint Working Group on Member State Audit, that is regarding the corrective action plan. Madam Chair, the corrective action plan is done at the last part of the audit. So at that point in time, it is important that a collaborative approach is taken, both Member State and the IMO Secretariat, particularly Member State Audit Department, because ability of administration is of paramount importance regarding the addressing the corrective action plan. And in that case, not necessarily all the administration has the similar capability, but some of the member states need support to go ahead with the corrective action plan. In that case, we believe that some kind of technical assistance as needed should be provided. Probably once the audit is completed, the respective member states should seek the attention of the Secretariat if they need any assistance, and that is how it should be concluded. Thank you, Madam Chair.
I thank the distinguished delegate to Bangladesh for their comments and recommendations. I now have the pleasure of giving the floor to the distinguished delegate of India.
Thank you, Madam President. Good morning, everyone. India appreciates the efforts of the IMO Secretariat for the update provided to the Assembly in document A33/9. The objective of the audit under the IMO Member State Audit Scheme is to determine to what extent IMO Member States are implementing and enforcing the applicable instruments, including to foster capacity building and the provision of related technical assistance by identifying areas which would benefit from further development and requirement of technical assistance which may help the member state in discharging its responsibility. To meet the objective of the IMO Member State Audit Scheme, India is happy to inform the Assembly that the audit of India under the scheme is scheduled in February 24. All arrangements and preparation for the audit are going on, and India is working for a fruitful outcome of the audit in accordance with the applicable conventions under the audit scheme. Thank you, Madam President.
I thank the distinguished delegate of India, and I have the pleasure of giving the floor to the distinguished delegate of Jamaica.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and congratulations on your elevation to the post of Vice President. Chair, we'd like to thank the Secretary General for this report, A339, and for sharing the progress and other substantial information relating to the further development of the scheme. Madam Vice President, we commend this progress made since the last Assembly, and like to report that Jamaica is proud to have provided 3 auditors, one of whom is a woman. Our scheduled audit will be in March next year, and 2 weeks ago we went under a mock audit, which of course was more than useful, and if we should even say telling, having revealed several non-conformities which we are tackling to correct for our audit in March. Thank you, Chair.
I thank the distinguished delegate of Jamaica for his comments, and I give the floor to the distinguished delegate of Mexico.
Muy buenos días.
Good morning, distinguished delegates, and congratulations, Madam Vice President. As advocate of the gender agenda in the IMO, we're very happy to see you presiding over our work, and we'd thank the Secretary General as well for the presentation of the report on the member state audit scheme. We've got ours in the first quarter of 2024, and with a view to that, we've taken due note of the content of this report, and in particular, we agree that member states should be encouraged to authorize that their final audit reports be shared with member states or the public in order to use to the maximum extent possible the potential of the lessons learned. In order to maximize the participation of women in the audit scheme at the moment, Mexico has 2 women who are part of the IMO audit team. And finally, we support the measures in paragraph 31 of document A33/9. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished delegate of Mexico for her comments, and I now have the pleasure of giving the floor to the delegation of Uruguay.
Muchas gracias, señora vicepresidenta.
Thank you, Madam Vice President, and congratulations on your election. Good morning, everybody. We thank the Secretariat for introducing the document before us. Bearing in mind the information contained in the annex, we'd like to inform you that Uruguay was audited in November, and we welcome the professionalism and dedication of the auditing team. That audit enabled us to identify areas for improvement. We agree with the actions outlined in paragraph 31 of the document. Thank you.
Thank you, the delegation of Uruguay. We now have the pleasure of giving the floor to the distinguished delegation of Malaysia.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair, and we are congratulating you as a Vice President of the Assembly. Good morning, distinguished delegates. First of all, this delegation would like to thank Qatar for the breakfast reception, as well as yesterday numbers of evening receptions. This delegation would believe that actually we had a good, enjoyable time throughout the receptions hosted by numbers of member states. Chair, we would like to join Argentina on the highlighted issues and discuss, and we fully support on the proposal. And further to that also, Chair, we would like to inform that this delegation, that the IMSAS audit has been conducted in Malaysia in last September, and believe us that we are in the process in completing the corrective action plan as best as possible. And adding to that also, Chair, we would like to inform that pertaining to the encourage member state to enhance women participation in the audit scheme, Malaysia would like to inform that actually our SPCs basically are women who are contributing a lot in terms of the implementation and process for the IMSAS audit. With that, Chair, thank you very much.
I thank the distinguished delegate to Malaysia for his comments. We see that women are invading everywhere. And now I have the pleasure of giving the floor to the distinguished delegation of Uganda.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairperson, for chairing this session very well. I'd like to add my voice on thanking the Secretary General for the very good report, and also to inform the Assembly that Uganda is due for the first audit in 2025. And of course, we shall need to be more briefed on the requirements so that we can be able to prepare. As you are aware, Uganda is a land-linked country. We shall be our first time to be audited, so we are very grateful for this, and shall be able to come up with a collective action plan to help us develop our maritime industry. I thank you very much.
I thank the delegation of Uganda. I see that there are the distinguished delegate of Iraq. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Madam President. I would like to thank His Excellency the Secretary General for presenting the document. I would also like to thank the Audit Division for issuing the document 33 on 7A that mentions how Iraq is going to be audited in 2025. Thank you very much.
Thank you, the delegation of Iraq. Do we see any other flags raised? If there are no other statements and comments, I would like to... The distinguished delegation of Somalia.
Secretary General, for this document. Somalia has received a communication from the Department of Audit Scheme, and regarding the audit scheme of the federal government of Somalia, and we are planning to provide more information about the current situation of Somalia and feasibility study to undertake the audit in 2025. Thank you very much.
I thank the delegation of Somalia. Do we see any other flags? No. If not, thank you all the delegations who have given their comments on the agenda item. I'm sure that the Assembly is pleased with the progress made in the implementation of audit scheme over the past 2 years and would wish to express its appreciation to those member states that have been audited or are in the process of preparation for the audit for their commitment and their hard work, as well as to those member states that have nominated auditors for inclusion in the roster of auditors maintained by the Secretariat. And a special thank to those delegations who are including women in their audit teams. I'm also sure that the Assembly would wish to extend its thanks and appreciation to the auditors that have concluded audits of member states for their commitment and professionalism, and to the Secretary General and his team and his very able staff for the stewardship of this notable initiative that is the audit scheme. Their joint effort has brought us to this stage where the organization can act upon a wealth of information brought from the audit outcomes, and we are opening a new chapter in the implementation of the scheme into the second audit cycle. With respect to the detailed requests contained in the document on which the Assembly is invited to act, I propose that document A33/9, together with the comments made here today, be referred to Committee 2 for detailed consideration and to advise plenary accordingly. If there is no objection to my recommendations and suggestion, then it is so decided. We shall now move on to the consideration of Agenda Item 12, on consideration of the reports and recommendations of the Legal Committee. I invite Chair of the Legal Committee, Ms. Gillian Grant, to introduce document A33/12, bearing in mind that this will be considered in detail by the Committee 1. You have the floor, Madam.
Thank you very much, Madam Vice President, and good morning from London to all distinguished delegates. It is my pleasure to introduce the reports of the 2 sessions of the Legal Committee during the past biennium. The full reports contained in documents Leg 109-16-1 and Leg 110-18-1 have been circulated to all member states. The committee's conclusions and recommendations were summarized in documents C-127-9 and C-129-11, respectively. I'd like to highlight some of the committee's accomplishments. On the fair treatment of seafarers, the committee adopted the guidelines for port state and flag state authorities on how to deal with seafarer abandonment cases, adopted by the joint ILO-IMO tripartite working group. The committee also agreed to establish a correspondence group on the development of guidelines for the fair treatment of seafarers detained on suspicion of committing maritime crimes. The committee made progress in its work with respect to unlawful practices associated with fraudulent registration and fraudulent registries of ships. Guided by the Assembly's resolution at its 32nd session on encouragement of member states and all relevant stakeholders to promote actions for the prevention and suppression of fraudulent registration and fraudulent registries and other fraudulent acts in the maritime sector, LEG established a study group in cooperation with WMU and IMLI on issues arising in connection with fraudulent registration, and a correspondence group, primarily tasked with defining and developing the elements of due diligence in the registration of ships. Finally, the committee discussed prospective work in relation to registration of ships. On matters of liability and compensation, the committee, through the impressive efforts of the working group on liability and compensation, was able to finalize 3 pamphlets on the civil liability, bunkers, and Nairobi Wreck Removal Conventions, and approved a claims manual for the Bunkers Convention. The working group also progressed work on the development of methodologies to assess the need to amend liability limits. The committee, concurrently with the Maritime Safety and the Marine Environmental Protection Committees, approved the guidelines on places of refuge for ships in need of assistance for approval by the Assembly at this session. Member states have also continually affirmed their commitment to bringing the 2010 HNS protocol into force, and I'm happy to say we are seeing positive progress in this regard with recent ratifications, and I'd like to use my time here to encourage more. The IMO and IOPC Funds Secretariat are ever ready to provide member states with the necessary assistance and information to facilitate.
In concluding, I wish to express my deep appreciation to all member states and observers who participated in the work of the committee and its subsidiary bodies during the past 2 years for their invaluable contribution, support, and cooperation. And of course, my colleagues in the Secretariat. They deserve the highest praise for their hard work, commitment, and dedication. I'd like to pay special tribute to the chair of the committee, Dr. Harry Conway of Liberia, who has competently and skillfully chaired the 3 sessions of the committee during the biennium, initially in place of the unavailable Mr. Hideaki Saito-san of Japan, who I would like to thank as well. I would also like to thank the committee's Vice Chair, Mr. Han Chang Tan of Singapore, for his steady support. And also, I'd like to convey my deep thanks to the Mr. Svein Optedal of Norway for the excellent work of the intersessional working group on GHG reduction with an unwavering commitment. Finally, I'd like to add, I mentioned at a few occasions, we are reporting for the work of the last 2 years, but I actually have to mention it is based on not only last 2 years. It's based on lots of sweat effort from all member states with the industry. When you adopted the first strategy, April 2018, there was a lot of effort before you adopted the first strategy. Since then, for the last 5 years, enormous effort, enormous sweat and commitment from all member states. Without that one, we could not reach that conclusion to adopt the strategy for 2023 strategy in July this year. So really, I'd like to convey my heartfelt appreciation to all member states for the special effort to reach that conclusion in July. So, and also that gave a very positive indication message to outside of IMO. UN system also very much appreciate the work done by the IMO, by our IMO member state. And also, since then, I have traveled several places when I attended several conference meetings. Even industry welcomed very much. They have a much clearer certainty for the future for their investment. So overall, it gave a huge positive indication. Really appreciative of your hard work, sweat, and commitment. Even sometimes you worked until 3, 4 a.m. It is incredible. So I'm very honored, together with our secretary, have served you, our respectable member state. At the same time, I mentioned here appreciation to our colleague and secretariat. I had to add some more. In the course of the discussion for not only 2 years, for 5, 6, 7 years, the environment division has been really, devotedly try to support our member state. So they worked very hard. I was, from time to time, while observing how they are working, I was very touched, very moved from their dedicated work, sweat to support our member state. In that sense, I really appreciate our environment, marine environment division, led by Mr. Arsenio Dominguez. And then their team and Mr. Tianbing and I forgot the name. Ruel, Camille, and others, and the supporting staff. They are enormous work. Really grateful, and also finally, I cannot express my heartfelt appreciation to our members for your extraordinary work. Thank you, Madam Vice President.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary General. I think on behalf of all the member states, we can thank you for your leadership and your determination to get this GHG reduction strategy done by MEPC 80. And of course, I take this opportunity to thank the Secretary General-elect as the Director for Marine Environment Directorate, for his hard work, and of course, the Secretariat who has given constant support. And I would again like to reaffirm that there was a wonderful spirit of consensus building during the MEPC, and I'd like to thank everyone for that on behalf of the President's Office. With those words, I now invite general comments from delegations on the reports of the Marine Environment Protection Committee, bearing in mind that they will be considered in detail by Committee 2. I suggest that we consider the remaining submissions, that is documents A33/13/1 and A33/13/2, after the general comments have been made. I see the flag of Norway. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. And as this is the first time we speak, may I congratulate His Royal Highness of Saudi Arabia on his election as President of this Assembly, and also congratulations to both Vice Presidents. Madam Vice President, in considering the report of the MEPC, we can truly say that 2023 has been a historic year for the committee. And indeed, the extensive total activity the organization is undertaking on environmental protection. The adoption of the 2023 IMO strategy on reduction of GHG emissions from ships was a landmark achievement. By this achievement, the IMO has demonstrated a shining example of international cooperation, which we hope will inspire all bodies which have a role in taking actions on the climate crisis. We want to congratulate all involved in the extensive process, and especially a thank you to Secretary General, as well as the Marine Environment Division for the tremendous support in this process. 2023 is also the year we are celebrating the 50 years of MARPOL and the key role the Convention has played to reduce the environmental threats of shipping. Furthermore, in June, the entry into force conditions of the Hong Kong Convention were met. This was ensured by the ratification of Bangladesh and Liberia. We are getting closer to make ship recycling safe and environmentally sound. It is of utmost importance that the IMO constantly develops the wide environmental framework which regulates shipping, and the MEPC have also in this biennium demonstrated excellent results on these tasks. Before I conclude, Madam Vice President, Norway congratulates the committee for being timely to follow up on the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework, which was agreed last year. The adoption of the 2023 biofouling guidelines at MEPC 80 will be an important tool to minimize the transfer of invasive aquatic species, and we all stakeholders to make use of the guideline. And finally, Madam Vice President, we would like to thank the Chair of the Committee, Mr. Harry Conway, again for his excellent leadership. Thank you so much.
I thank the delegation of Norway, and I give the floor to the distinguished delegate of the United States of America.
Thank you, Madam Vice President, and congratulations on your election to the Vice Presidency. Please allow us to express our gratitude to the MEPC Chair, Dr. Harry Conway of Liberia. His strong leadership and guidance were indispensable to the committee as we emerged from the COVID pandemic. The accomplishments of the committee are due in large part to his efforts. As noted by the Chair in his report, MEPC made tremendous progress on a number of very significant issues during the past biennium, which this delegation supports. Undoubtedly, the highlight of this unanimous adoption by the committee of the 2023 IMO strategy on reduction of GHG emissions from ships. The United States thanks all member states for their constructiveness and their hard work on the strategy. We appreciate, in particular, the efforts of states to work together across delegations to identify landing zones. This strategy not only achieved consensus among members, but also constitutes a strong contribution from the shipping sector as we all work to keep the 1.5-degree goal within reach. We collectively agreed to accelerate our work to decarbonize the shipping sector from the end of the century to or by close to 2050, with indicative checkpoints to map a clear trajectory of emissions reductions, thus sending a clear signal to all stakeholders that we need to take decisive action. We recognize the need to take into account the full life cycle of greenhouse gas emissions of all marine fuels, as a zero-emission future for shipping should not come at the cost of increased emissions upstream. We also agreed to consider the impact of measures on states, including developing countries, in particular the LDCs and the SIDS, and their emerging needs. We sincerely thank the chair of the GHG Working Group, Mr. Svenning Offendal, for his leadership and tireless efforts in bringing home this result. Madam Vice President, we look forward to working with all member states, building on the spirit of trust and cooperation that we have had to this point, the important work that lies ahead of us, and the development of ambitious measures that help us deliver on our collective goal. Thank you, Madam Vice President.
I thank the distinguished delegate of the U.S. For his comments and give the floor to the distinguished delegate of Argentina.
Muchas gracias, señora Presidente.
Thank you very much, Madam Vice President. Madam, we would like to thank the Secretariat for the information provided in this report on the work of the MEPC. There is a general comment that I would like to make on 2 points. The first of these is that my delegation understands that the issues on the impact of marine noise pollution are very important, and we support the continuing work of the committee on this area. And then secondly, we feel it is important that we promote presentations to this organization and that we keep people informed on the International Whaling Committee and their action. That is the competent body when it comes to cetaceans. When it comes to the reduction of greenhouse gas emissions from ships, Madam, which is the main achievement, the main success of the MEPC this year, we don't want to go into points of substance on the mandate of the IMO here. Argentina believes, as do many developing countries, that it is important to avoid or minimize any negative impacts on developing countries, and we are committed to the continuing review of the measured impacts of these suggestions. As I say, I'm not going to go into substance. That is something that has already been agreed on. But I would like to take this opportunity to highlight the point that this year, MEPC showed clearly what it is that IMO members can achieve. Even though there are different views, in order to achieve a common vision, a common decision, and as other delegations have taken, we unanimously adopted the 2023 strategy. And my delegation, and we would like this please to be recorded in the report of the Assembly, we would like to voice our appreciation of for the chair of MEPC, Dr. Harry Conway, and the vice chair, Mr. Hang Chang-tan of Singapore. Of course, our thanks go to Mr. Svenning Offendal of Norway, who chaired the working group. Not to forget some less familiar names in our work. We don't often refer to these people in the plenary sessions, but without them it would have been absolutely impossible to adopt this. Mr. Arsenio Dominguez, the director of the Marine Environment Division, his team, Taming Rule, Camille, all the team who helped us on the work that we achieved here. And then finally, thank you to the Secretary General. from the short-term measures, from the moment when the short-term measures were adopted, he personally committed to ensuring that those member states who were negotiating could find points of common understanding, and in generating this feeling of trust, it really did lead to the successful adoption of the 2023 strategy, and will also shine a light on the path ahead, all the work that we still need to do on greenhouse gases. So our thanks to the Secretary General, who was personally involved in this work. And then Argentina would also like to thank all colleagues from all regions who participated actively in these negotiations. Thank you very much to all. Thank you, Madam.
I thank the delegation of Argentina. We see the clock just struck 11 a.m. It's coffee time. And before we leave the hall, I would like to make an announcement that, after the coffee break at 11:30, before I give the floor to other delegations, there's a special item of the appointment of the new Secretary General of the IMO. And we'll have the pleasure of welcoming His Excellency Arsenio Dominguez. So don't go anywhere at 11:30. Please be in this room. And before we break, anyone to make an announcement for the coffee? No volunteers? Egypt. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Egyptian delegation would like to welcome all esteemed delegates to enjoy Egyptian drinks and foods. We hope to receive your support for the candidacy of Egypt in Category C of the Council on Friday. Thank you.
Delegation of Jamaica, you want to make an announcement? Okay. We are breaking for coffee now. Distinguished delegates, I hope you all enjoyed the Egyptian coffee. If you're all settled down, and you need to settle down for this agenda item, we know that we had list of speakers who raised their flags, but for the time being, I request everyone to put down the flags because we will make a brief interruption in the previous agenda item. It will continue after the special consideration of a special agenda item, which is agenda item 26. But before that, I just want to say as chair that this is a historic moment whereby a new Secretary General of the IMO will be appointed. And here on the right side, I have the distinguished outgoing Secretary General, His Excellency Kitak Lim. And on the left, we have the Secretary General-elect, His Excellency Arsenio Dominguez. And what a pleasure and what an honor for me to be sitting here as President to introduce this agenda item to this August Assembly. We now turn to the important matter of the appointment of the Secretary General of this organization for the next 4 years. I have the honor of inviting the Secretary General, His Excellency Kitak Lim, to introduce the item. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. Following an election held during 1929 session, the Council decided to appoint Mr. Arsenio Antonio Dominguez Velasco of the Republic of Panama to the post of Secretary General of IMO for a period of 4 years from 1st January 2024 until 31st December 2027. For the information of the Assembly, a copy of the note verbal from the Embassy of the Republic of Panama and a copy of the letter from the President of the Republic of Panama, both presenting Mr. Dominguez Velasco's candidature, are attached in Annex 1 to the document A3326. In accordance with the provision of Article 22 of IMO Convention, as set out in paragraph 3 of the document, the Assembly is invited to approve the decision of the Council to appoint Mr. Dominguez Velasco as a Secretary General, and to this effect to adopt the resolution attached in Annex 2 of the document. Thank you.
I thank the Secretary General for introducing this agenda item, and I now invite the Council Chair, Mr. Victor Jimenez Fernandez of Spain, to report on the Council's behalf.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Madam Vice President. I can confirm that the appointment of Mr. Dominguez Velasco as Secretary General for a 4-year period starting on the 1st of January 2024 was carried out in accordance with the relevant provisions of the IMO Convention and of the Council's Rules of Procedure. As the Secretary General has advised, the Assembly is now invited to approve Mr. Dominguez Velasco's appointment as the organization's next Secretary General. Thank you, Madam President.
I thank the Chair of the Council for his comments. And at this point, is there any objection to this House? For God's sake, no. So at this point, if there are no objections to the appointment of the new Secretary General, I invite comments from the Member States on this special agenda item. The floor is open. The distinguished delegate of the United States, you have the floor, sir.
UK first.
the distinguished delegate of the United Kingdom.
Thank you, Vice President. I think my friends next door were first, but I'm here now. Thank you, Vice President. Thank you, Secretary General. Thank you, Chair of the Council. The United Kingdom wholeheartedly endorses the recommendation of the IMO Council to elect Mr. Arsenio Dominguez Velasquez of the Republic of Panama as the next Secretary General of the IMO. We would like to congratulate Mr. Dominguez on his successful election to the post of IMO Secretary General. We look forward to working with you both as an IMO member state and as host government to this esteemed organisation. Congratulations, Arsenio. Thank you, President.
I thank the distinguished delegate of the United Kingdom, and I now give the floor to the United States.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. We've had a lot of discussion on multilingualism. We have Victor Fernandez from Spain chairing the Council in Spanish, and now we're going to have a Secretary General from a Spanish-speaking country. Therefore, Madam Vice President, I would like to make my intervention in Spanish. En nombre
On behalf of the Government of the United States, we would like to congratulate you, Don Arsenio Dominguez, on your new appointment. You have worked tirelessly as a delegate and in occupying the various posts in the Secretariat. So it is with delight that we have been able to appreciate the way in which you've carried out your work. We appreciate your leadership, your spirit of inclusivity and transparency. We are certain that you will continue to work in that way as Secretary General. We in the United States are ready to work with you and the Secretary during your term in office. So, from the bottom of our hearts, congratulations, Arsenio.
I thank the distinguished delegate of United States. What can we say? Now the Spanish are taking over. We now have the distinguished delegate of Bahamas. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Madam Vice President, and let me congratulate you on your election. Madam Chairman, Madam Vice Chair, I just wish to join others in endorsing the election of Arsenio, their colleague and friend, to this esteemed role. I think we've all seen his capability and competency, not only sitting on that side of the fence, but also sitting on this side of the fence. And we, the Bahamas delegation, very much look forward to your stewardship, your leadership, in taking this organization, building on the foundation of our dear friend, Mr. Lim, and taking us to the next level. So, Arsenio, I'm sure I join others in wishing you well, and you have our utmost and fullest support and everything you do in the future. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished delegates of Bahama, and I give the floor to Libya.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. My congratulations to you for being elected Vice President of this current session of the Assembly. Our congratulations go to Mr. Dominguez for being elected Secretary General of the IMO. And our thanks go to Mr. Kitak Lim for 8 years of dedicated service in this organization. I do remember the extension of the mandate of Mr. Kitak Lim 4 years ago. He said then that the only unhappy person was his wife at the time. I hope and wish her happiness now, and I wish you a good future and a well-deserved rest and a quiet life after such a service. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished delegate of Libya, and I give the floor to the delegation of Honduras.
Gracias.
Thank you, Madam Vice President, and thank you as well for the extraordinary way in which you are presiding over this very important assembly. Madam President, for Honduras, it is a great honor to support and recognize the merits of Arsenio Antonio Dominguez Velasco. Allow me at this moment to take upon myself the role of doyen of the ambassador corps here in the United Kingdom, and indeed of all ambassadors and high commissioners who are accredited to the Court of St. James here in the United Kingdom. Allow me to do that in order to express our great satisfaction with the election of our distinguished friend, Arsenio Antonio Dominguez. We all know him. Yesterday, I was saying that for years now, we've seen him in the corridors here, walking around the corners of the corridors at the IMO, in the office, working hard to make sure that this organization could move forward. And it's a source of great pride for all of us that an individual with the qualities of Arsenio Antonio Dominguez Velasco is now taking up this weighty responsibility. He's no stranger to the organization. Indeed, he carries its values with him. And so it's a guarantee for all of us, not just for one country, but for all members of the organization. All of us who live in this diplomatic world know that Arsenio will enjoy our support. The world is yours, and the organization's in your hands. Thank you.
I thank the delegation of Honduras, and I give the floor to the delegation of Vanuatu.
Madam Chair, Secretary General, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, we join others firstly to congratulate the newly elected President of the 33rd Assembly and the Vice Presidents. We also would like to take this opportunity to say thank you and express Vanuatu's sincere appreciation to the departing Secretary General, Mr. Kita Klim, for your humble leadership and your service to the IMO and to all of us IMO member states. Your support to small island states such as Vanuatu has been very meaningful. During your term in office, you have led us, all member states, in upholding the principle and the call of the IMO of leaving no one behind. That was evident when Vanuatu, a small island state, was elected as a member of the IMO Council in Category C for the first time ever in our history. But we thank you, Chair of the Council, and all the colleague IMO Council member states for your support during our mandate coming up to end soon. We also would like to thank all member states for electing Vanuatu's former permanent representative to the IMO, Mr. Laurent Parente, as current head of the International Maritime Satellite Organization, IMSO. Vanuatu will continue to strengthen its commitment and collaboration with IMO and its member states in working towards achieving its objectives. Vanuatu appreciates very much all the support given and the commitment shown by all member states present here today in the unopposed UNGA resolution for submission to the International Court of Justice on State Obligation and Climate Justice. The historical resolution by MEPC on the reduction of GHG is very welcomed, and we look forward to continue giving our support to all the efforts by the IMO through its 2023 strategic plan. Once again, Secretary General Kita Klim, merci, merci. And all the very best in your future endeavors. You have visited our country during your term in office. And please, you are most welcome to visit us again for holiday, of course. The weather is much warmer and nicer. To our newly elected Secretary General, Mr. Asensio Dominguez, Vanuatu would like to congratulate you on your new role as Secretary General of this prestigious organization. Vanuatu will not be a member of the new council, but we were part of the council who elected and recommended you as our new captain during the Council 129 in July this year. You can be assured of our full trust and confidence during your term in office. We look forward to working closely with you and your team and all the member states. And please, when you have the opportunity to visit us in the island, and we will be able to thank you and congratulate you more appropriately the island way. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you to the distinguished delegate of Vanuatu. I see a long list of speakers here, so I know that everyone wants to pay their tributes to the outgoing Secretary General and the incoming one, but if you could limit your comments to 2 minutes, I'd very much appreciate that. 1 minute for each Secretary General. Thank you very much. And now I give the floor to the distinguished delegate of Jamaica.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We'll be brief but sincere. At the 129th Council in July, we appointed a giant with whom we have great confidence, Mr. Arsenio Dominguez Velasco. Your reputation precedes you. We look forward to your good counsel, your understanding, your leadership, not only in this forum, but also in representing us externally, where, of course, you're not unknown. We wish the very best for you. You have succeeded a trailblazer in Kita Klim, whose record resounds in the maritime arena. Best of luck, Arsenio. You have our back.
Thank you for that brief and sweet statement. Delegation of Jamaica, I now have the pleasure of giving the floor to Kenya.
Thank you very much, Madam Vice President. On behalf of the Kenyan delegation, I endorse the election of Arsenio Antonio Dominguez Velasco as the next Secretary General. He has in fact received the best tutelage, and the current Secretary General Kita Klim, of whom we thank for his service and also for his friendship. We look forward to working very closely with the new Secretary General. We believe that his rich experience, wide expertise, and deep wisdom is going to help him during his tenure. I assure you, Arsenio, that is we Africans like calling you, I assure you of our unqualified support. And once again, all the best. I thank you very much.
I thank the delegation of Kenya and give the floor to the distinguished delegate of India.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. India would like to extend its heartfelt congratulations to Mr. Arsenio Dominguez on his election as the Secretary General of the IMO. India will continue to support his initiatives and wishes him a very successful tenure. India would also like to appreciate the excellent efforts put in by the incumbent Secretary General, His Excellency Mr. Kita Klim, and also wishes him the very best in all his future endeavors. Thank you, Madam President.
I thank the delegation of India and give the floor to Norway.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. And firstly, I have to apologize for not being able to hold the intervention in Spanish. I will work on that for the future. We would like to join other delegation in congratulating Mr. Arsenio Dominguez of Panama on his election. And Mr. Dominguez, your extensive experience, your lifelong dedication to shipping, and your exceptional interpersonal skills clearly shows that IMO will be in the best of hands for handling the existing and future challenges in the maritime sector. You can count on our full support. Thank you.
I thank the delegation of Norway for not speaking in Spanish. And I give the floor to the delegation of Mexico, who I presume will be speaking in Spanish.
Yes, of course. Thank you. Madam Vice President, and as you've said, this is a historical moment for Mexico. It's a real honour and privilege to support the recommendation of the Council to appoint Arsenio Dominguez as the new Secretary General of this organisation. There can be no doubt that for my country, it's a source of pride that we have a new Secretary General from our region, Latin America. And it's also worth saying that he graduated from the University of La Cruzana in Mexico. We'd like to welcome the appointment of Arsenio Dominguez and promise all of the support of Mexico as he takes on his new functions. We are sure that you will exercise those functions with great leadership. It won't be easy to step into the shoes of Secretary General Kitak Lim, and I'd like to take this opportunity also to appreciate his work on behalf of my country and myself, because he's leaving us with a legacy at the IMO. He's been a great friend and always committed to the organisation and its member states. It's a legacy that we are sure Mr. Dominguez will pick up and enhance. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Madam.
Well done.
And now I give the floor to the distinguished delegate of Namibia.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. Namibia would like to join the other distinguished delegations in endorsing the appointment of Mr. Arsenio Antonio Dominguez Valesco of the Republic of Panama to the post of Secretary General of the International Maritime Organization. Namibia congratulates you, sir, and welcomes you as the new Secretary General of this organization. I noticed that there is an item to bid farewell for the outgoing Secretary General, and we would like to use that opportunity when it arises for us to congratulate the outgoing Secretary General. Thank you.
I thank the delegation of Namibia. We are all waiting for that agenda item to give a standing ovation to the Secretary General incumbent. The Philippines has the floor.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. The Philippines joins others in endorsing the appointment of Mr. Arsenio Dominguez as the next IMO Secretary General. Our heartfelt congratulations to you, Arsenio. You have a huge shoes to fill in, but we are confident you can do so with ease, and we look forward to working in IMO under your leadership. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished delegate of Philippines and give the floor to Liberia.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. The Republic of Liberia wishes to congratulate Mr. Arsenio Dominguez on his appointment as Secretary General of the IMO and assures him of Liberia's fuller support and cooperation. Thanks, Madam Vice President.
Thank you so much, distinguished delegate of Liberia. And now the pleasure of giving the floor to the Cook Islands.
Gracias, Senora Presidente. We are known for our brevity, so you don't have a problem there. We have known Arsenio Dominguez for nigh on 30 years. We have worked with him closely from when he first arrived as a technical officer to the Panamanian consulate. And believe me, have watched his progress with a great deal of interest. From when he joined the Panamanian delegation to the IMO, subsequently becoming the head of that delegation, ambassador to this august organization, and then, after honing his skills there, joining the IMO Secretariat as Chief of Staff. then, of course, as Director of Administration, and thereafter getting the short straw and becoming what has become the ultimate test, the Director of the Maritime and the Marine Environmental Division. Reference has already been made to the leadership at this critical juncture in driving us through to the amendments and the revised strategy. And that was an historical thing, and his role in it cannot be underestimated. Of course, from what I've just said, I think we'll all realise the Council had a very wise decision in electing Arsenio Dominguez as Secretary-General, which we endorse. It's hard to imagine that anybody could be as well prepared to take the helm at this critical juncture for this organisation. We are proud to have known him. We will be proud to serve under him, and we wish him fair winds and smooth sailing in what are going to be some pretty rough waters ahead. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished delegate of Cook Islands and give the floor to Germany.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. I will be brief. We are very, very happy to formally support the election of Mr. Dominguez as our next Secretary General. Mr. Dominguez's career has been marked by his exceptional and long-standing commitment to the work of the IMO. Once again, we congratulate Mr. Dominguez for his election. We wish him all the best, and we stand ready to support him and the Secretariat in every way we can. Thank you, Madam Vice President.
I thank the distinguished delegate of Germany and give the floor to Finland.
Thank you very much, Madam Vice Chair. Finland is very happy to join the others in endorsing wholeheartedly the Council recommendation and in congratulating you, Arsenio, as a new Secretary General. Arsenio, we all know that you are very well prepared and ready to steer the work of the IMO as elected Admiral of our IMO vessel. And apart from your professional expertise, you are also known to all of us of your optimism and your positive spirit and your excellent sense of humor and your love of salsa. So we are very much looking forward to working with you, and we wish you all the favorable winds, and you can count on our support as we sail together to the future. Thank you.
I thank the delegation of Finland for her comments, and now I give the floor to Seychelles? What was that? Sweden, sorry. Delegation of Sweden.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. It's with great pleasure Sweden expresses its full and resolute support for the appointment of Mr. Arsenio Antonio Dominguez Velsaco as Secretary General for the IMO. Mr. Dominguez's qualifications and experience are impressive. In his role both as a delegate and as a member of the IMO Secretariat, we know Mr. Dominguez as an exceptionally knowledgeable, well-prepared, hard-working and effective individual. Mr. Dominguez has, during the course of his career, been responsible for and dealt with some incredibly challenging issues. He has demonstrated again and again his impressive ability to break down complicated issues into manageable and logical parts and find a solution. Mr. Dominguez's attitude and demeanor represent the core of what this organization stands for: mutual understanding, respect for different interests, and a willingness to seek solutions that can be accepted by consensus. Mr. Dominguez has impressed this delegation with his knowledge, his wisdom, his strong will and determination, as well as his sense of humor and thoughtfulness. There is no doubt that IMO will continue to make great progress under his leadership. Sweden is committed to contribute to the continued success of the organization under Mr. Dominguez's leadership, and we will look forward to doing so. We wholeheartedly congratulate you, Arsenio. Thank you.
I thank the delegation of Sweden and give the floor to Peru.
Muchas gracias, señor.
Thank you very much, Vice President. Peru is delighted to be able to fully support and congratulate Mr. Arsenio Dominguez Velasco as the new Secretary General of the IMO, given his very broad professional experience in the maritime world and all we have seen in his work as representative of his country and as director of the Marine Environment Division in this organization, as well as a number of other posts, important posts he has held. There is no doubt as to his personal and professional skills, and we are very positive as to his leadership. We are sure that he will steer the IMO very well with a view to all the needs and priorities of the member states. We would also like to express our thanks to Mr. Kitak Lim for his excellent leadership of the IMO, and we wish you both all the very best. Thank you.
I thank the delegation of Peru and give the floor to Canada.
Thank you, Vice President. Canada would like to congratulate Mr. Velasco on his election to be the next Secretary General of the IMO. As an organization, we have an ambitious program of work before us during his tenure to advance maritime safety, security, and environment. We are confident that Mr. Velasco's leadership will keep us on the path set out in our new strategic plan for 24 to 29. Mr. Velasco, you have Canada's full support and are pledged to work collaboratively with other member states to carry out the IMO's program of work. We are excited and hopeful that the coming years under your leadership will bring new opportunities and achievements for the IMO. And I'm ruing that my second language is French and not Spanish at this moment. But thank you, Ms. Vice President, and congratulations again.
I thank the distinguished delegate of Canada and give the floor to Bangladesh.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. As you have asked us to maintain our time, we say at the outset about Mr. Kitak Lim because we have a separate agenda item to appreciate his services to the organization. So we save this time again as we promised during the Council. Madam Chair, this delegation wholeheartedly recognizes the skill and leadership of Mr. Arsenio Dominguez Velasco. Therefore, it's an honor for this delegation to endorse the decision of the Council for his appointment as the next Secretary General. Madam Chair, I now would like to address Arsenio as a friend of us. Dear friend Arsenio, we have known you for a long time, ever since you joined the Panamanian representation to IMO. You are well known for a very meticulous work in every capacity you have served in the IMO arena. Last but not least, the delegation of Bangladesh wishes you fair wind and following seas in the days to come. Muchas gracias. Madam Vice President, thank you.
Muchas gracias, Senor. And
thank you.
To United Arab Emirates.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. On behalf of the United Arab Emirates, I would like to express our support in recommending the appointment of Mr. Arsenio Dominguez from Panama. We worked with him together when he was part of the Panamanian delegation, and we continued to work with him when he moved to the Secretariat and rose in the Secretariat in different positions. He knows the organization very well. We also had the opportunity to work closely with Mr. Kitak Lim. Therefore, we are sure that the organization has chosen the right person. So our heartfelt congratulations go to Arsenio, and we look forward to continuing to work with you as the Secretary General of this organization. We wish you much success. And when we talk about success, we would also like to express our appreciation of the efforts and contributions made by Mr. Kitak Lim to this organization. finally, I would like to end in Spanish and say to Arsenio, muchas gracias.
A Spanish fever in the Assembly. And now I give the floor, I thank the UAE delegation and give the floor to Guyana.
Thank you, Madam Vice President and Sessional Chair, Excellencies, distinguished delegates. On behalf of the Government of the Cooperative Republic of Guyana, this delegation endorses the appointment of Senor Arsenio Dominguez Velasco, under whose stewardship we are confident that this organization will continue to achieve its set objectives. As Guyana seeks to increase its presence and participation in the international maritime sphere, we look forward to working closely with you, sir, and your team for the full duration of your tenure. Congratulations. We assign due recognition to His Excellency Kitak Lim's competent leadership of and dedication to this august organization. Thank you, sir, for your service. Thank you, Madam Chair.
I thank Guyana for speaking in English. I now give the floor to Qatar.
شكرا سيدتي الرئيسة. نيابة عن وفد دولة قطر أود أن أتقدم.
Thank you very much. On behalf of Qatar, I would like to congratulate Mr. Arsenio Dominguez on his very well-deserved election at the Council C129 as Secretary General for the future here at the IMO. I wish you all the very best. And
بلادي يتطلع إلى العمل.
And at the same time, apologies for that hitch, I would like to say that we will work with you so that we can ensure maritime safety and security and the protection of the marine environment, as well as the protection of the rights of seafarers. And we wish you all the very best, Mr. Arsenio Dominguez. Thank you.
Thank you, the delegation of Qatar. And now I give the floor to Ghana.
Thank you very much, Madam Vice President. On behalf of the Republic of Ghana, we extend our warmest congratulations to you, Mr. Arsenio Dominguez, on your election as the next Secretary General of our organization, the IMO. Your wealth of experience, dedication to the maritime sector, and unwavering commitment to advancing international cooperation in maritime affairs makes you an outstanding choice for this pivotal role. We are confident that your leadership will greatly contribute to the continued success and progress of the IMO. As you assume the responsibilities of Secretary General, we wish you every success in your endeavors. Your tenure marks a crucial period for the maritime industry, and we are optimistic that under your leadership, the IMO will thrive and continue to be a driving force for positive change. Once again, congratulations on your well-deserved election, and we look forward to a fruitful collaboration that advances the goals and principles of the International Maritime Organization. We fully endorse the decision to elect you. We also once again take this opportunity to extend our appreciation to Mr. Kitak Lim on his excellent and exemplary leadership for the past 8 years. Thank you, Madam Vice.
I give the floor to the delegation of Greece.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. We would like to align ourselves with all delegations, congratulating and wishing every success to the new Secretary General. Greece will honestly and constructively contribute to his efforts to promote the work of organization towards adopting global, efficient and effective rules and standards for international shipping. Keeping the focus on the accurate implementation of the above-mentioned rules, we will contribute to the desired global level playing field and the prevalence of fair competition in international maritime transport services. Bearing in mind the above, we wish every success to Mr. Antonio Arsenio Dominguez Velasco as the new IMO Secretary General.
I thank the delegation of Greece, and I have the pleasure of giving the floor to Malta.
Thank you, Madam Vice President, and we congratulate you on your appointment. Madam Vice President, today we come together to acknowledge and celebrate a pivotal moment at this organization. The appointment of the new Secretary General is not just a change in leadership, it's a beacon signaling a new chapter in maritime governance and global cooperation, building on the achievements and strides made under the leadership of Mr. Lim. But more on that when we come to agenda item 27, because we don't want to take a lot of your time. Malta wholeheartedly endorses the appointment of Mr. Dominguez as the next Secretary General, and we assure him of all our full cooperation and support. We have known Mr. Dominguez since he first came to this organization and has always shown to be an integral, diplomatic, and trustworthy person. Dear Arsenio, you have our full support and confidence. May your tenure be marked by collaboration, progress, and a collective dedication to navigating the challenges that lie ahead in the dynamic seas of the maritime world. Here's to a future of safe, secure, and sustainable maritime practices under your guidance and leadership. Thank you.
I thank the delegation of Malta and give the floor to distinguished delegate of Thailand.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. I oblige to your instruction on timekeeping. I will be very brief. As a Council member, the delegation of the Kingdom of Thailand is proud with the decision of the Council to appoint Mr. Arsenio Dominguez to the post of Secretary General and would like to join others to approve the appointment of Mr. Arsenio Dominguez as the new Secretary General. We look forward to working with him in his new capacity and would like to reassure Thailand's commitment and cooperation. And to Mr. Dominguez, I wish you the very best. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished delegate of Thailand for the brief comments and now give the floor to Marshall Islands.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. The Marshall Islands is delighted to join others congratulating Mr. Arsenio Dominguez and approving the appointment of him to the post of Secretary General of the IMO beginning 1 January 2024. Arsenio, on behalf of this delegation, I can assure you will have our fullest and wholehearted support and look very much forward to your tenure coming up. Thank you.
I thank the comments of the delegation of Marshall Islands and now give the floor to Turkey.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. We also congratulate you for your election to the Vice Chair of the Assembly. The Turkish delegation joins others that have voiced their support and satisfaction for the appointment of Mr. Dominguez to his new post. We have full confidence in our new Secretary General's abilities in guiding the IMO for the benefit of not only the organization itself, but also of our member states, seafarers, the industry, and of course the planet. We also take this opportunity to sincerely thank Mr. Kitak Lim for his service during the last 8 years, for his able leadership, dedication, and his willingness to cooperate with member states. We wish both the new and the outgoing SGs the best of luck. Thank you, Madam.
I thank the delegation of Turkey and give the floor to South Korea.
Thank you, Madam President. The Republic of Korea fully supports the Council's decision to appoint Mr. Dominguez Velasco as a new Secretary General of IMO. Last week, during the Council meeting, the current Secretary General, Mr. Kitak Lim, described Mr. Dominguez like this. he knows every corner of the IMO. This delegation delightfully has been and will join the voyage to the future with the new Secretary General, Mr. Dominguez Valesco. Thank you.
Thank you, the distinguished delegate of ROK. I now have the pleasure of giving the floor to China.
Thank you, Vice Chair, Madam Chair. China would like to join other delegations in expressing our support and
Dominguez 先生已经
Sorry. Okay. Mr. Dominguez has demonstrated outstanding leadership and professionalism in his past work, and also his enthusiasm as well as unique humor. We are fully convinced that this organization, under his leadership, will continue to promote the sustainable development of the global shipping industry. China will, as always, continue to support the work of the Secretariat. Although this delegation is aware that we still have a special occasion and time to appreciate the work of the Secretary General, we still hope to seize every opportunity to sincerely appreciate Secretary General Mr. Ki-Tak Lim for his outstanding contribution to the work of the IMO. I don't know, since we already have a chair who chairs the council meeting in Spanish, whether we will have a Secretary General who always speaks Spanish. However, I believe that from now on, I will have new motivation to pick up the study of Spanish, as this was my second foreign language at the university 28 years ago.
I thank the delegation of China, and this is a warning, we all have to learn Spanish. I now give the floor to Cyprus.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Dominguez, on behalf of the Cyprus delegation, congratulations on your election to the post of Secretary General, which, of course, we wholeheartedly endorse and support. We are looking forward to working with you to meet the challenges ahead of us. Your qualities guarantee that you will steer the IMO ship very successfully and effectively during your term in office, sir. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished delegate of Cyprus, and now I give the floor to the Spanish Armada, Spain.
Bueno.
Thank you. Well, to strike the multilingual balance in this organization, we would like to make our comments in French now. We would like to support the appointment by this Assembly of Mr. Arsenio Dominguez Velasco. And we would like to pass Mr. Dominguez our warmest congratulations and offer him, as other delegations have done, the full support of this delegation in this period, which is full of very complex challenges facing us here in the organization. We would also like to take this opportunity to thank Mr. Ki-Tak Lim for all the effort he put into steering this organization over the past few years, and for his very positive spirit of cooperation with other member states and the trust that he inspired in all of us. So congratulations, and we wish him the very best for the future, and we guarantee him our friendship and our faithful cooperation over the years. Good luck to you both. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished delegate of Spain, and I now give the floor to Dominica.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The government of the Commonwealth of Dominica extends hearty congratulations to His Excellency Arsenio Antonio Dominguez Velasco. Dominica also extends sincere thanks and appreciation to His Excellency Kitak Lim for your sterling and stellar leadership over the past 8 years. Your Excellency Arsenio, Dominica assures you of our full support as you take the helm of this important ship, the IMO. Your experience, qualification, and accomplishments go before you, and you can be assured of Dominica's full support. As you steer the IMO to even greater heights, and as you champion the voice for all states, including small states. Thank you so much. Dominica congratulates you, and we stand behind you. Thank you.
Thank you, the distinguished delegate of Dominica, for your comments. And we now have less than 5 minutes to the lunch break, and there's a long list of speakers. So I do feel very bad to break the bad news that, we have to stop the speakers list here, but I know that everyone wanted to congratulate and felicitate the new Secretary General and wanted to pay their tributes to Secretary General Kitak Lim. So what I'll do is the delegations that had, raised their flag, I'd like to mention their name, and it'll be deemed to be taken that they have spoken and paid their highest tributes to both the Secretary Generals. I'll start with Belgium, followed by Indonesia, Egypt, Suriname, Palau, Nigeria, Barbados, Tanzania, Sierra Leone, and Argentina, Malaysia, Denmark, Chile, Congo, Uganda, Saudi Arabia, Antigua and Barbuda, France, Colombia, Madagascar, Algeria, Portugal, Italy, San Marino, Fiji, Uruguay, Poland, St. Lucia, Belize, South Africa, Colombia, Gambia, Venezuela, and Guatemala. Distinguished delegates, as the Council has recommended only one candidate to approve, I now invite the Assembly to adopt the draft resolution set out in Annex 2 to document A33/26. I see no objections, so I take it it's so adopted. I believe the interpreters would give us an extra 5 to 7 minutes.
Yes, Madam Vice President, that's fine.
At this stage, I propose that document A33/13, together with any comments made by delegations, be referred to Committee 2 for detailed consideration and for it to submit a report to plenary. Sorry, distinguished delegates, too much Spanish here. I couldn't even read the right English. Following the unanimous adoption by the Assembly of the draft resolution presented in Annex 2 to document 833/26, I'm very pleased to confirm that Mr. Arsenio Antonio Dominguez Velasco of the Republic of Panama has been appointed to the post of Secretary General of IMO for a period of 4 years, from 1st January 2024 until 31st December 2027. I would like to be the first, well, I'm not the first, I'm actually to be the last, to be congratulating Mr. Dominguez Velasco on the Assembly's unanimous decision. And I must take the floor to say what a pleasure it has been to work with him while he was director. And, you know, as the Assembly has already given a standing ovation to him, so I joined that standing ovation. In congratulating him, looking forward to working very closely with you, Secretary General. I stand right behind you. Thank you. At this point, may I request the delegation of Panama, if he wishes to speak and is raising his floor. You have the floor, sir. You have the floor, madam.
Muchísimas gracias, señor.
Thank you very much, Madam Vice President, and I think I'll be the last. Excellencies, Secretary General, distinguished delegates, on behalf of the Republic of Panama, it is an immense pleasure to be able to share with you our appreciation for the election of Mr. Arsenio Dominguez as the individual chosen to head the IMO in times where the maritime sector is facing unprecedented transformations with risks and also opportunities. I can share with you the fact that Panama is extremely proud that a son of our motherland is becoming the next Secretary General of this organization. And the adoption at this Assembly of the decision of the Council to appoint Mr. Dominguez is the best recognition of his experience, knowledge, dedication to the IMO, successes, impartiality, integrity and leadership. It's also a delight to have the opportunity to reaffirm Panama's commitment to IMO's work and the global maritime industry. We will continue to support the work of the new Secretary General, and I'm sure that he will be able to count on the support of all of you during his term. And I'm sure that the outcome will be many benefits for the international community. And I can't close without recognizing the work and achievements of our current Secretary General, Mr. Ki-tak Lim of the Sister Republic of Korea, who with great skill has successfully navigated the organization through difficult times, always showing a spirit of a constructive approach and keeping us all united. So you can be proud, Secretary General, of your successes. Thank you for your commitment and dedication to the IMO, and I'm sure I speak for all of us when I say that you have our full, complete gratitude and sincere recognition of your achievements. And before closing, I'd like to appreciate the support provided by all delegations to the new Secretary General from Panama. Thank you very much, and we wish you the utmost success at the IMO under the leadership of Arsenio Dominguez. Thank you very much.
I thank the distinguished delegate of Panama. What a day of pride it must be for your country to felicitate the son of the soil. I must mention that Her Excellency Natalia Royo of Panama is current Vice President of the Women in Diplomacy Network. It's a forum of women ambassadors to the Court of St. James's. I'd like to congratulate her for that. At this stage, I have the pleasure of giving the floor to Secretary General for his comments.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. I wish to extend my heartfelt congratulations, felicidades, to Mr. Dominguez Velasco on the Assembly's unanimous confirmation of his appointment as Secretary General following his election by the Council. I'm very confident that the membership as a whole has made a wise decision and that Mr. Dominguez Velasco will ably lead the Secretariat in promoting the mandate of the organization and in delivery of its objectives. I will continue to engage with Mr. Dominguez Velasco with a view to an orderly and successful handover until my retirement from the organization next month. In the meantime, and to facilitate the succession process, I have prepared a summary but comprehensive briefing paper for Mr. Dominguez Velasco. I hope that this briefing will assist Mr. Dominguez Velasco to continue his preparations as IMO's chief executive. And with Madam Vice President, with your consent, I would like to hand over this paper. Actually, is in fact a list of homework to him in a symbolic act of transition and succession. May I? May I?
Please, Mr. Secretary General. I thank the Secretary General, His Excellency Kita Klim, for handing over a long list of homework to the new Secretary General. And with these words, I now have the honor of calling upon His Excellency Mr. Dominguez, the Secretary General-elect of IMO, to address this August Assembly.
Traigo mi tarea, Secretario General.
I have my homework with me.
Señora Vicepresidenta, Excelencias, Secretario General, distinguidos delegados, amigos y amigas.
President, Excellencies, Secretary General, distinguished delegates, friends, you cannot imagine how difficult it is for me to express what this moment means. But in trying hard to share it with you all, I've reflected on all the years of education and hard work, which have culminated in this very humbling but awe-inspiring experience. So, whilst I will try to do my best not to make this sound like an award acceptance speech, I retire entirely on your facial expressions to help me gauge how cliched I sound. Please allow me to start by sincerely thanking you, the members of this esteemed, incredible organization, for entrusting me with the mandate to lead the IMO through challenging but also interesting times. From a group of highly qualified professionals who have also demonstrated their qualities for this position. You have my full commitment to build upon the great work that has been done by predecessors, taking what is already a significant and influential organization to be an institution that will thrive in delivering its full agenda, from safety to decarbonization, from digitalization to the human element. An international maritime organization that not only looks towards the future, but does more in embracing change, diversity, inclusion, and transparency. One that is dedicated to its people. From all the very professional staff that form the IMO Secretariat to our seafarers worldwide, and perhaps more importantly, it shows a dedication to the younger generations, the ones that we are obliged to hand over to
to hand over a planet that is a better place to live in. Now, I'm not going to bore you with a long traditional speech. That's not my style, and I don't want to overdo it with the interpreters, but it would be remiss of me not to acknowledge the immense contribution that the current Secretary-General has made to the IMO through what has been not only a challenging tenure, but also an extremely unpredictable one. And I only have to say one word for you to know what I mean: COVID. KETAC. We worked together as delegates. I then had the privilege to become part of your team as you took the reins of the IMO. You've been a colleague, a boss, a mentor, and a friend. Thank you for your dedication to the organization. I know that you say that you will now be a free man, but as I've told you before, I've got your number on speed dial. Thank you to the Government of Panama for the years of experience that I gained as a member of its delegation to the IMO, for recognizing my attributes to be a candidate for the Secretary-General election, and for all of its support throughout this process. And please don't groan at this point when I share what this moment actually means for me, as I can't miss this opportunity to thank my family, particularly my parents. They are the reason I'm here with you today, and my mother has always been a role model to me. I've learnt so much from a humble, hard-working woman who's faced adversities in life and has always bounced back to find a solution and to start over. And I guess I owe to her my positivity and optimism. As I close, I want to reiterate how much I'm looking forward to leading the IMO, to continue working with all of you, an extraordinary group of people who have demonstrated time and time again that we can deliver by listening and understanding each other, sharing our aims and concerns. I'm very lucky to start already with a great team of professionals in the Secretariat who also want what is best for the Member States and all of our stakeholders in this great industry. Thank you again, and let's look forward to an exciting future.
Thank you, Secretary-General-elect Senor Dominguez, for your speech. Very, very inspiring speech. It inspires all of us and makes all of us to reflect on what we'll do in the next 4 years. And I want to thank the Secretary-General for arranging the symbolic handover, which has become a tradition now at the IMO. And I wonder what's in that portfolio. I believe that this brings us to the end of the morning session for today. But before we end, we have two delegations of announcements to make. The delegation of Georgia first, to be followed by UAE.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We would like to congratulate Mr. Arsenio Dominguez once again, and we wish you all the best. And we are looking forward to working with you. And we would like to announce the presentation on National Maritime Single Window, which will be held on 12:45 in the main hall, and the delegates are welcomed. Thank you.
Thanks to the delegation of Georgia, and UAE has the floor.
شكرا سيدتي الرئيسة. بعد هذا التصفيق الحار.
Madam Chairperson, after such a warm applaud and after the appointment of Mr. Dominguez, we all need to celebrate on this occasion of the United Arab Emirates re-election to the Council of IMO in Category B. The delegation of the UAE would be very pleased to invite all delegation staff of IMO and the staff of the interpreter services for lunch. We look forward to welcoming you at the Delegate Lounge in the first floor, and we can continue sending and extending congratulations to the new Secretary General.
Thank you, delegation of UAE. We see that we're about 45 minutes overdue, and yet, for the sake of time, shall we meet at 2:30 again? So we meet at 2:30 again, ladies and gentlemen. Please continue with the celebrations. And the meeting is adjourned now.
Greetings, ladies and gentlemen. I dismiss. Hello, greetings, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished delegates. Today I'll be presenting Maritime Transport Agencies and generally Georgia's Maritime Single Window. If I may ask for your attention, that will be highly appreciated. Georgia is a member of the Europe-Caucasia Asia Transport Corridor, and our role in the development of Trans-Caspia international transport route is increasingly important for regional and international trade. Given this increasing capacity and capability of Georgian port sector is vital. To achieve this, Georgia should address a number of economic supply chain challenges and challenges related to maritime safety and security in following manner. To streamline process for efficiency gains, reduce the duplication and eliminate the paperwork, enhance the security by better controlling goods, and improve safety through timely and accurate information exchange. In light of globalization process, Georgia's favorable geographic location positions it to develop an effective transport and logistics sector. Developing the middle corridor spanning 6 countries is challenging due to specific geographical restrictions and differing infrastructure development. Therefore, one of Georgia's top priorities is the coordinated functioning of transport and logistics sectors. Modernization, construction of transport infrastructure in line with international standards, harmonization of legislation with international law, and integration into the trans-European transport network. The aim of the National Maritime Single Window is to harmonize and simplify administrative procedures related to ship clearance in Georgian ports. This will eliminate duplication and make the process more efficient. Besides external complexity, internal processes present various challenges as well. To name but a few, the process is interruption-based, with stakeholders reacting directly to each situation, regardless of its priority and urgency. The approach is error-prone, especially during critical operational times. The process becomes lengthy due to complex transitions of information that are not centralized and readily available. There is a lot of paperback and force, often with data duplication that is costly for all stakeholders and creates inefficiency. To address these challenges, the digitalization of public services, systems, ports, and the logistics sector is a priority for the government of Georgia. Implementing the maritime single window in Georgia is fundamental for various purposes. Preparing conditions for the private sector to accelerate their activities, guaranteeing the process simplification to generate efficiency in all public-private intercommunications, enhancing safety and security due to visibility and traceability on all cargo crossing Georgian borders, and last but not least, ensuring transparency and control over Georgia trade within Georgia. The amendments to Georgian legislation concerning the maritime single window are rooted in various sources. Primarily, these changes result from commitments made within the association agreement between Georgia and the European Union. Specifically, Georgia has pledged to align its laws with Regulation 2019-1239 of the European Union, Parliament and Council, dated 20th June 2019, establishing the European Maritime Single Window Framework. Moreover, the obligation for all International Maritime Organization member states to institute maritime single windows will take effect from the 1st of January 2024. This imperative stems from the resolution adopted by the IMO-FAL Committee on the 13th of May 2023, recommending measures aimed at expanding the implementation of maritime single window across member states. However, there is a big difference between having a maritime single window, using maritime single window and making the most out of the maritime single window. Georgia should stress its commitment to digitalize the maritime domain through several key factors for digital transformation. Overarching continuous change management. Digital transformation is not a technical program, it's about people and collaboration with people also. Close management of all relevant stakeholders to get them all on board and supporting them through change. Achieving compromises between the parties and making small steps so that no stakeholders is left behind. Digital transformation is to have and follow a clear roadmap with priorities. Governments and the organization need to be adapted during the journey. From this point of view, we should act strategically. And this strategical acting is dependent on the various steps that needs to be taken by different entities. Trust and common vision should be built between stakeholders. Engagement of institutional sponsorships such as MOED, EXPS, EBRD, USAID, IMO, EMSA is very vital. It is important to stay fair and impartial, especially when conflicts arise. Use of agile methodologies to adapt during the journey. We should not try to do everything at once. Engagement of strategic partners such as HPC, ProDevelop is crucial also. Last but not least, implementing the National Maritime Single Window is a long journey for Georgia. The pilot of the new Georgian National Maritime Single Window will be in waves from January 2024 to cover arrival, departure, and port calls formalities. Taking into consideration seamless digital integration of all maritime processes, the full version of National Maritime Single Window will be launched by September 2024. Georgia should provide interconnectivity of National Maritime Single Window system with other digital systems such as Port Community System and National Safe Seanet by the end of 2024. From 2025 onwards, we should stress our commitments to develop a collaborative, constructive, forward-looking and sustainable maritime community. Thank you for your attention and consideration, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you.
Distinguished delegates, we are now resuming the afternoon session. I hope you enjoyed the Emirati hospitality. Before we broke for lunch, we were dealing with Agenda Item 13 on reports and recommendations of the Marine Environment Protection Committee, and we had the list of countries who were making general comments. And in that list, we had the delegation of Singapore. Is the delegation of Singapore ready?
Thank you, Madam Vice President.
You have the floor.
Singapore would like to thank the Secretary General for the information contained in document A3313. Like many others, Singapore is heartened by the successful adoption of the 2023 IMO GHG strategy by consensus. We applaud the decision to adopt strengthened levels of ambition to ensure decarbonization pathway that will keep to a 1.5 degrees increase within reach. The ongoing work by the Steering Committee on the Comprehensive Impact Assessment of the Basket of Candidate Midterm Measures, or CIA in short, coordinated by MEPC Vice Chair Han Chiang-tan, is therefore vital to progress work in this regard. The CIA's work in modeling combinations of measures, reduction pathways, and the impact on state, among others, complemented by work on the guideline on life cycle GHG intensity of marine fuels, will guide us towards a landing point for the basket of midterm measures. Measures will also need to be effective and inclusive in nature. Singapore reaffirms our commitment to working with member states, the Secretariat, and stakeholders to ensure the timely adoption of the midterm measures by 2025. Thank you, Madam Vice President.
I thank the distinguished delegate of Singapore, and I request the distinguished delegate of Malta to be followed by Japan. Just a reminder that they can prepare. The delegation of Malta has the floor.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. First of all, allow us to thank UAE for hosting lunch. Malta thanks the Secretary General for the document reporting on the work of the Marine Environment Protection Committee. We begin by thanking the excellent leadership of the committee chair, Dr. Conway of Liberia, and commend all delegations for the constructive work and cooperation. We also commend the work of the Secretariat, particularly the MED, led by Mr. Dominguez, for their work and commitment. We reiterate our commitment to continue actively working with all delegations and industry representatives in order to continue with the good spirit of cooperation that has resulted in major achievements towards the protection of the marine environment. In particular, this delegation welcomes the agreement of the revised strategy adopted by MEPC 80 after intense and difficult negotiations, but yet by unanimous agreement among the member states of this August organization. In order to achieve the targets of this strategy, concrete work needs to continue progressing so that measures are put in place to secure the realization of these targets at international scale. Both shipping and climate change are global in nature and know no borders. That is why only global measures are key to effectively address GHG emissions from ships, as well as ensure a level playing field. This will not be easy, particularly taking into account the revolution that needs to be undertaken in the development and globally availability of alternative fuels at reasonable prices and on a sufficient scale. In spirit of global upheavals and challenges faced in these difficult times, we are committed to continue our cooperation towards measures applicable at a global level. And since we have the floor, with regards to the draft Assembly resolutions, Malta in principle welcomes the adoption of the resolutions as presented in the document and looks forward to further discussions with a view of adoption during Committee 2. Thank you, Madam Vice President.
I thank the delegation of Malta and give the floor to the delegation of Japan.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. Congratulations to your well-deserved elections. First of all, Japan would like to express its best appreciation to Dr. Harry Conway of Liberia, the chair of the MEPC, for delivering great progresses and achievements, including the historical new ambitious strategy to reduce greenhouse gas emissions from international shipping that was adopted by consensus. It could not be achieved without his strong leadership and balanced guidance. Deep appreciation also goes to the members of the MEPC, as well as the Secretary General, His Excellency Kita Klim, and his very excellent secretariats for their dedicated services and supports. We must bear in mind that we are still at a very early stage of the strategy, but there is not much time. To realize actual reductions of greenhouse gas, we need to develop and adopt new global measures in coming biennium as outlined in the strategy. It could be a more difficult challenge than before for the committee. Madam Vice President, distinguished delegates, Japan, with our broad range of maritime industries, remain committed to actively participating and contributing to the work together with all colleagues of the MEPC, with a spirit of cooperation, taking into account needs of developing countries, in particular Cs and LDCs, with a view to promoting environmentally sound, efficient, and sustainable shipping. Finally, let Japan join others congratulate the new Secretary General, Mr. Arsenio Dominguez. Japan looks forward to working with you, tackling very difficult challenges in front of us. Thank you, Madam Vice President.
I thank the delegation of Japan, and I give the floor to a distinguished delegation of Canada.
Thank you, Vice President. And thank you to the Secretary General for this note, and to the Chair of the MEPC, Mr. Harry Conway, for his incredible leadership in steering our ship through many critical matters affecting our marine environment over the last few meetings. The culmination at MEPC 80 of the adoption of the revised GHG strategy is a testament to the incredible work of the Secretary General, the Secretariat, the Chair, and importantly, all member states to work together towards a common objective, reducing the contribution of the shipping sector to the existential threat of climate change. While we recognize that we still have so much work to do now to implement this strategy in a manner that leaves no country behind, the finalization of this strategy was a critical first step. In addition to this milestone agreement, Canada is also very pleased to see the adoption of the revised guidelines on underwater noise, the revised guidelines on biofouling, and the acceptance of the initial guidelines on life cycle assessment of fuels. Overall, these achievements speak to the commitment of this organization to ensuring that the shipping sector is taking important steps to reduce its environmental footprint on our oceans, and is something we should all be proud of. Thank you, Ms. Vice President.
I thank the distinguished delegate of Canada and give the floor to the distinguished delegate of the Netherlands.
Thank you, Madam President. This delegation would like to align with other delegations in stressing our heartfelt appreciation to the Secretary General, the Chair of MEPC, Mr. Harry Conway, all Member States, and the Secretariat, especially the MED Department, for their unwavering commitment, which led to the unanimous adoption of the 2023 Greenhouse Gas Emission Reduction Strategy. The ambition of a just and equitable transition that leaves no country behind, while addressing disproportionate negative impacts on states on the way to net zero near 2050, is ambitious but achievable. We already see that the signal that industry should not wait to invest is being picked up. The 2023 strategy provides a good basis to continue working on the measures, with the clear timetable for delivering the essential steps to the implementation of technical and economic measures in 2025, with an entry into force in 2027, we can achieve the goals and benchmarks of the strategy. And this strategy also puts shipping on a path in line with the Paris Agreement. But above all, the 2023 strategy has shown us the spirit of cooperation that exists within the IMO, and we believe that this spirit will also help us in the timely development and implementation of the basket of measures. Thank you, Madam President.
I thank the delegation of the Netherlands and give the floor to Bangladesh.
Thank you, Madam Vice President, for the floor. We thank Dr. Harry Conway for his leadership as the chair of the committee's 78th, 79th, and 80th sessions. We also thank Mr. Han Ching Tan of Singapore as the vice chair of the committee. We acknowledge the action requested of the Assembly as stated in the paragraph 6.1, 6.2 in the document A33/13. We take note of the reports on the work of the Marine Environment Protection Committee as its 78th, 79th, and 80th sessions and support them in general terms. We support the adoption of the 5 draft Assembly resolutions referred to in paragraph 4. Madam Chair, of course, the committee has done significant work on many times. This delegation appreciates in general the work of the Marine Environment Protection Committee. We note the most significant work of MEPC, as we note, is the adoption of the revised strategy on GHG emission. Madam Chair, in regard to the Hong Kong International Convention on Ship Recycling, the delegation of Bangladesh enjoys this satisfaction that with the acceptance by our country and Liberia, the convention has entered into force. At this juncture, this delegation reiterates its commitment to adhere to the provisions of the Hong Kong Convention, despite the fact that we have been running the ship recycling industry through our national regulations. Thank you, Madam Vice President.
I thank the distinguished delegate to Bangladesh and give the floor to Estonia.
Thank you. We would like to thank Secretary General for great leadership to get us IMO GHG strategy agreement. We would like to thank also all involved colleagues from Secretariat and Committee who made hard work to get us an agreement. Maritime sector has expressed their gratitude that at least now they have strong beacon that shows where to steer. In this statement, Estonia is also expressing its deep concerns of expansion of so-called shadow fleet. Their concentration in the Baltic Sea has increased, and we must note that the Baltic Sea is really environmentally sensitive area. Technical condition of shadow fleet raises also questions. Whole IMO together with member states have to act together as one to fight this problem, otherwise shadow fleet will find its ways to exist. We already have identified several spills that have occurred in our sea area. Estonia is increasing its presence and mobilizing different technical means to increase awareness. We are developing smart floating platform network to reduce response time to the threat to environment. So all vessels responsible for causing can be taken accountable. But technical and digital solutions are not sufficient, and therefore Estonia calls for more intensive control over these matters and supports the development of the more clear international legislation to tackle the issue related to the shadow fleet and also to ship operations. Finally, once again, we would like to thank all the effort and work what has done by MAPC committee. Thank you.
I thank the delegation of Estonia and give the floor to the distinguished delegate of Germany.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. Also, Germany would like to take the opportunity to express our appreciation for all the achievements of the Marine Environment Protection Committee in the last biennium. And of course, also for us, MEPC 80 was an extraordinary session. The adoption of the 2023 IMO GHG strategy is a major milestone on our way. We have the greatest respect for the environment, commitment and cooperation for all involved in these difficult negotiations. Our special thanks goes to the chair of MEPC, Dr. Conway, the chair of the Intersessional Working Group on GHG, Mr. Oftedal, as well as to the whole MED team and of the IMO Secretariat for all their tremendous support. We are looking forward to continue this important work together. Thank you, Madam Vice President.
I thank the delegation of Germany and give the floor to the distinguished delegate of ROK, South Korea.
Thank you, Madam President. The MEPC committee has made significant progress over the past 2 years. We express our sincere gratitude to the chair, Dr. Conway, and the vice chair, and the chair of a working group, and the secretariat. We agree and fully align with the comment from the distinguished delegate from Norway in the morning, and furthermore, in line with the alignment with the effort from IMO and the member states, the Republic of Korea will actively support the enhancement of greenhouse gas reduction capabilities in developing countries through the GHG Smart program conducted jointly together with IMO since 2002. Thank you. Thank you very much.
I thank the delegation of ROK and give the floor to Greece.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. Greece, as a fervent supporter of uniform international measures for international activity such as shipping, has actively supported the adoption of the recent agreement on 2023 IMO strategy on the reduction of GHG emissions from ships as an important milestone towards the decarbonization of shipping. We also wholeheartedly support the ongoing procedure for the development of realistic mid- and long-term measures that will lead to carbon-neutral shipping and look forward to continuing our cooperation in this regard. Considering that the realization of the goal of carbon-neutral shipping near 2050 requires, as a precondition, the worldwide availability of safe and affordable low and zero-carbon fuels, we all have to work together and in a coordinated manner towards intensifying the research, the development and the deployment of alternative fuels. Greece also welcomes the designation of MED-SECA, which enters into force on the 1st of January 2025. As a Mediterranean state, we share the common goal to protect our sea and air from vessel shore pollution, and we are committed to undertake considerable action towards this end. Thank you, Madam Vice President.
I thank the delegation of Greece and give the floor to the distinguished delegate of Namibia.
Thank you very much, Madam Vice President. Before we make our intervention, we would like to thank the UAE for the sumptuous lunch that we have just enjoyed. On the matter at hand, Namibia thanks the Secretariat for the comprehensive report on the work of Marine Environment Protection Committee since the last regular session of this Assembly. We applaud the MEPC and its chair, Dr. Hani Conway of Liberia, for the many notable achievements in the past 2 years. One of the significant milestones is the adoption in July of this year of the 2023 IMO strategy on reduction of greenhouse gas emissions from the ships. Namibia is proud to have contributed to the strategy, and we appreciate the friendly, consensual, and collaborative spirit of all the member states in negotiating and adopting the strategy. The strategy creates policy certainty and sends powerful signals to all the key stakeholders, especially emerging low or zero GHG energy producers such as Namibia. This indicates that there will be demand for green hydrogen, ammonia, and other green fuels, thereby de-risking investments in energy production, bunkering infrastructure, and so forth. Namibia is looking forward to work with other member states on the work that lies ahead in the implementation of this strategy. Thank you very much, Madam Vice President.
I thank the delegation of Namibia and give the floor to the distinguished delegate of Finland.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. Good afternoon to everyone. First, I would like to thank UAE for delicious lunch. Regarding the report of the MEPC at hand, this delegation would like to congratulate the Secretary General, Mr. Kida Klim, the Chair of the MEPC, Dr. Harry Conway, the Chair of the Greenhouse Gas Working Group, Mr. Sveinung Oftedal of Norway, the whole Secretariat, and actually all of us for the historical outcome from our negotiations on 2023 IMO greenhouse gas strategy. The great spirit to make compromises concretized during MEPC 80, and we achieved the consensus on the 2023 IMO greenhouse gas strategy. Dear colleagues, the IMO 2023 IMO greenhouse gas strategy is an important milestone to ensure the international maritime transport, makes a fair contribution in achieving the Paris Agreement temperature goals. As discussed during MEPC 80 and mentioned by the Secretary General earlier today, with this 2023 strategy, we are also sending a clear signal to the shipping industry and the fuel industry, which is very important to make decarbonization of shipping to happen. In implementing the strategy, nobody should be left behind, especially SIDS and LCDs, and their needs and challenges needs to be taken into account. Thank you, Madam President, Vice President.
I thank the distinguished delegate of Finland for her statement and recommendations, and I give the floor to Chile.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. We're delighted to see you in the chair at this session. Congratulations. For Chile and other countries in our region, the revised strategy for the reduction of greenhouse gases for emissions arising from international shipping was a great success. It shows that we all have to give something when we want to reach agreement, all the more so when we are working towards the future of the planet's climate. And given the situation for the countries which are most remote, such as our own, this strategy is really a milestone in IMO's work because it sets the most ambitious goals which will ensure that international shipping can achieve net GHG emissions by 2050 or around that date. Other issues, such as the mitigation of underwater noise of benefit to cetaceans in particular, are particularly important for our country, and we will continue to work on this area. finally, we'd like to extend our thanks to Dr. Harry Conway of Liberia for his leadership in the course of the MEPC meeting, together with the leadership of the chair of the ISWG, Mr. Oftedal of Norway, has led to the achievement of this important agreement on limiting emissions, and particularly also the work of the Secretary-General-elect and the Secretariat for their contribution to our achieving this important goal. Thank you.
I thank the delegation of Chile and give the floor to Indonesia.
Madam President, thank you to the Secretary General for his report on Agenda Item 13. This organization has come far to reach the decision on the 2023 GHG strategy. We applaud everyone for their hard work. Indonesia has been part of the other climate change negotiations in other forums, but at this organization, the spirit of solidarity and the willingness to reach consensus are more evident. We value the spirit of compromise that everyone has shown during the negotiation at MEPC 80. We also value the inclusivity and the transparency that this organization have shown during the negotiations. The real work now lies in the implementation of the selected measures to address the climate urgency. We take note on the enhanced common ambition to reach net zero emissions from international shipping by or around 2050, and the commitment to ensure an uptake of alternative zero or near zero greenhouse gas fuels by 2030, as well as the indicative checkpoints for 2030 and 2040. Indonesia will do our homework, particularly in developing our effort in energy transition, addressing the safety of the seafarers when adapting to the new technology resulting from the technical measures to be implemented. Consequently, promoting further to enhance technical capacity for the human element and to adapt technology know-how that developing countries needed to implement the revised strategy effectively. Indonesia reiterates our support on the implementation of the comprehensive impact assessment, which will be conducted by the steering committee established by the Secretary General, and we will work together to ensure that the data and information required for it are factual and based on each country's national circumstances. Only by this we can ensure to have the selection of measures that are effective and can be accepted by all. Indonesia remains confident that this organization will continue to deliver, and we will continue to work together with others to achieve the goals as set out in the 2023 IMO GHG strategy. Thank you, Madam President.
I thank the delegation of Indonesia and give the floor to the distinguished delegate of Belgium.
Merci, Madame la Vice-Présidente.
Thank you, Vice President. Good afternoon to all. Belgium is delighted to support the outcomes of the MEPC meetings. In particular, we support the adoption of the revised GHG strategy for 2023. This is a particularly important stage for the IMO, and we would like to thank the chair of MEPC and the chair of the Intersessional Working Group on Greenhouse Gas Emissions, the Secretariat, and especially the Secretary General, as well as all delegations for their commitment and their professional conduct throughout these intense negotiations, which have been characterized by constructive dialogue. Belgium is delighted to follow the IMO's work in implementing the strategy in the same spirit of cooperation and inclusivity. The transition towards alternative fuels is essential if we are to achieve our greenhouse gas emission goals. Industry is ready for the transition, and it is just now up to IMO to adjust and develop the regulation which will facilitate the safe use of new fuels. Belgium is committed to work on this challenging task. MEPC 80 showed that IMO can live up to expectations, and we believe that together we will be able to complete this important task. In conclusion,
allow me to take this opportunity to congratulate Arsenio Dominguez, our new Secretary General. We are looking forward to working with you in the future. Thank you, Madam Vice President.
I thank the delegation of Belgium and give the floor to Cook Islands.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. Well, firstly, it would be remiss of us not to acknowledge the contribution of your country, Bangladesh, for taking the Hong Kong Recycling Convention over the line. And may I congratulate you, even though you're sitting as our Vice President. That in itself was an historic agreement. So there's more than one to consider here today. So thank you very much, Bangladesh. We had intervened on the discussion on strategic direction, and I don't want to repeat those things. Of course, we are extraordinarily grateful to Harry Conway for his leadership. Dare I say it, to Secretary General-elect, to the Director of the MED and his team, the Vikings, Sveining Ofdal, of course. We have to acknowledge his work in getting this historic agreement across the line. We noted, of course, it got across the line, not the least because it had been acknowledged that particular attention needed to be paid to developing countries, in particular recognising the special circumstances of the LDCs and the small island states, and the commitment that no one should be left behind. Of course, the only way we can assure no one can be left behind is through a just and equitable and fair transition, which is why, as we look forward to implementing at MEPC in 2025 in the autumn, it has to be, of course, in a facilitative, non-intrusive and non-punitive manner. That is why we further welcome the establishment of the Steering Committee. Thank you, Secretary General. Looking into the comprehensive impact assessments of the measures we're going to adopt, and looking to see, and hopefully they're not, any disproportionate negative impacts, which of course would have to be addressed prior to adoption of the measures. So we really have to get stuck into this work and make sure that is done, because the last thing anybody would want is any delay to this important process. I probably stepping a bit out of line here. We've heard a lot about women in maritime this week, and there are too many to mention that were involved in the work leading to the revised amendments to the strategy. So I'll put my neck on the line, but there's a few that we feel from the Cook Islands that are worthy of mention. Before that, of course, let nobody underestimate the contribution made by a number of Pacific countries, their commitment and determination in the work leading up to the adoption of the revised strategy. But we have a number of ladies in maritime that we will step out the line and mention. We have Dr. Xuanzang of China, a remarkable lady whose technical knowledge is second to none, an amazing contribution. Frau Anneke Nagel of Germany, determined, very determined, on the top of her game, knows the matter inside out, and whose contribution should not be underestimated. Fernanda Milike, the human tornado. Fearless, and certainly kept us concentrated on the task in hand. There are many others, of course, not the least within the Secretariat. Good work, well done to everybody, but please, please, let's not have statements that are no more than mission statements. Let's really stick to this thing that truly and truly no one will be left behind. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished delegate of Cook Island. I was almost having a tornado inside my throat. Thank goodness it has calmed down. But thanks for the tribute to the Pacific Islands and contribution of women in maritime of such really, really big names in the industry. I now have the pleasure of giving the floor to China.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. First of all, this delegation would like to thank UAE for the delicious lunch. The roasted lamb and the seafood, just like the strategy and the mid and the long-term measures, they always bring us surprises. This delegation congratulates the International Maritime Organization on the adoption of the IMO GHG reduction strategy, which is another milestone of this organization, signifying the IMO and the shipping industry are taking a more ambitious and determined step towards a green and a zero-carbon future. This delegation would like to thank the Secretary General, Mr. Kin Tak Lim, the Chair of the MEPC Committee, Dr. Conway, the Vice Chair, Han Chang-Tang, the Chair of the Working Groups, Mr. Oftedale, for their leadership. We would like to thank all the participants and the Secretariat for their tireless efforts in this endeavor. China will continue to maintain close cooperation with other countries, international organizations, and the Secretariat to implement short-term measures, to jointly develop mid- and long-term measures, actively participate in impact assessments, and effectively carry out the implementation of emission reduction strategies. And we will continue to enjoy the night at the IMO venue. Thank you very much.
I thank the Distinguished Delegate of China for his statement and give the floor to Denmark.
Thank you very much, Madam Vice President, and good afternoon to all distinguished delegates of the Assembly. We would also like to, of course, agree to send the reports of the MEPC meetings of the preceding biennium to the committee for further discussions. However, in line with many other speakers today, we cannot not mention the pivotal adoption at MEPC 80 this year of the IMO's revised GHG strategy, which sets a clear course to zero GHG shipping for all of us to pursue, and which sends a very clear signal to the world around us. We would agree with all member states speaking before us today that the entering into this agreement showed the spirit of cooperation amongst all member states and all other stakeholders involved in the work of the IMO. And we would equally like to thank the Secretary General, the Chair of the Committee, Harry Conway, the staff of the Secretariat, and all other colleagues from member states and NGOs who we fully agree all did their utmost to make sure that we had unanimous agreement on this important agreement. In going forward, there will be much more work for this organization for us to do jointly in making this a reality. And from our side, we would also highlight that we are committed that the green transition of shipping will be done in a just and equitable way, leaving no one behind. Thank you very much.
I thank the delegation of Denmark for their remarks. Give the floor to India.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. India appreciates document A33/13/2 and thanks the Chair and the members of the committee and the Secretariat for this excellent document. The Indian delegation shares the concerns raised in the resolution regarding the unsafe and hazardous aspects of ship-to-ship transfer of oil and acknowledges the need for comprehensive measures to address them effectively. However, we would like to express our concerns and reservations regarding certain aspects of the resolution, particularly the use of terms such as dark shipping and shadow fleet. As outlined in the draft resolution for adoption, these terms are currently undefined and vague for the maritime sector and hence raise pertinent questions about the clarity.
Sorry, sir, to interrupt in your statement. We are discussing the agenda item 13, and the one you're giving the statement is on 14, so we still...
It's on 13, but we will
It's part of 13.
So we will be considering that aspect a little bit later. Delegations are still making comments on the previous. General comments on the MEPC committee report, MEPC reports. So we'll give you floor again.
Shall I come in later then? Okay,
Yes,
thank you.
Thank you, sir. I now have the delegation of Malaysia.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. First of all, Malaysia would like to thank Chair of the committee, Dr. Harry Conway, and the Vice Chair, Mr. Han Kiang, on the excellent works. To be brief, Chair, Malaysia joined others in commenting the strong support on the works of MEPC, in particular on the greenhouse gases strategy. Malaysia always believed that more technical, capacity building, and cooperation are required in supporting the agenda of the marine environment protection, and therefore must be promoted in a structured manner and encourage member states having the expertise to share and offer to the other member states. Malaysia, as such, will work together in IMO in providing such technical expertise. Malaysia would like to take this opportunity also to congratulate Director of the Marine Environment Division, which is elect Secretary General, and his team for the hard works in ensuring and meeting the objective of the one important organs, which is MEPC. Madam Chair, I would like to end the intervention with a quote. Before you are a leader, success is all about growing yourself. When you become a leader, success is all about growing others. Thank you, Chair.
I thank the distinguished delegation of Malaysia for the age-old proverb and reminding us what is success. I think that we have completed the list of delegations who wanted to make general comments on the MEPC report and agenda item 13. And now we, having concluded these discussions on the reports of the Marine Environment Protection Committee, I would like to propose that the document A3813, together with any comments made by delegations, be referred to Committee 2 for detailed consideration and for it to submit a report to plenary on its deliberations, including any recommendations that it may deem necessary. If there are no objections, I'm so sorry. Delegation of Ecuador has the floor.
Muchas gracias, señora vicepresidenta.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. Sorry. Our delegation firmly supports approval of the strategy for protection of the marine environment. It is undoubtedly crucial if we're to take an effective and coordinated approach to preserving natural resources. As I said yesterday, Ecuador is committed as a country to preventing pollution, in that case, plastic pollution of the seas and oceans, and this strategy is closely linked to that. Reduction of emissions, which would lead to preservation of biodiversity and responsible use of natural resources, is crucial that we should have the assistance and cooperation of member states, but also industry must be aware, particularly that maritime industry and civil society at large, if we are to successfully implement the strategy and to address our current environmental challenges. Thank you.
Are there any other delegation that would like to make general comments? If there are none, then we can propose that the document A33/13, together with all these comments that delegations have made, would be referred to the Committee 2 for detailed consideration, and for it to submit a report to plenary on its deliberations, including any recommendations that it may deem necessary. If there are no objections, it is so decided. I now invite the Assembly to consider the draft Assembly resolution on urging Member States and all relevant stakeholders to promote actions to prevent illicit operations of dark shipping in the maritime sector, in conjunction with documents A33/13/1 and A33/13/2, which provide comment on and propose modifications to the draft Assembly resolution by saying, number one is document MEPC 80-164/164, Australia and others, was considered, which raised awareness of the potential environmental risks and the consequences and concerns for the global pollution prevention and liability and compensation regimes that existed because of the increase in ship-to-ship transfers at sea, including by ships using dark operations to circumvent sanctions and high insurance costs, and contained in its annex a draft Assembly resolution urging Member States and all relevant stakeholders to promote actions to prevent illicit operations of dark shipping in the maritime sector. And several delegations made comments on the draft Assembly resolution, which are captured in paragraphs 16, 15 to 1621 of documents MEPC 80/17, report on MEPC 80. I also invite the Assembly to note that MEPC 80, in light of the comments made on the matter, agreed that there was general support for flag, port and coastal states to address the actions identified in paragraph 13 to 16 of document MEPC 80/16/4, and there was general support for a draft Assembly resolution to urge Member States and all relevant stakeholders to promote actions to prevent illicit operations of dark shipping in the maritime sector, and also forwarded the draft Assembly resolution set out in the annex to document MEPC 80/16/4 to this session of the Assembly, together with the comments and views expressed at MEPC 80, for further consideration with a view to the resolution being finalized and adopted. Having said those long two paragraphs, I now invite the Assembly to consider document A33/13/1. Before going any further, I would like to invite the Islamic Republic of Iran to introduce document A33/13/1.
Thank you, Her Excellency, Vice President of the Assembly, and good afternoon to all distinguished delegates. And before I introduce our document, I would like to thank the chair and vice chairs of MEPC and, of course, the Secretariat of IMO for their excellent work during last 2 years. Vice chair and distinguished delegates, as of course the vice chair, vice president introduced the document and of course the outcome of the MEPC regarding the draft resolution. Our document A33/13/1 submitted by our government, Iran, contains comments and proposed amendments to the draft resolution as annexed to the final report of MEPC 80 session, which is also attached as Annex 2 to document A33/13. Iran, in line with other member states, believes that S2S operation shall not endanger maritime safety and result in pollution in the environment. However, there are some concerns on the proposed text of the resolution. The proposed resolution annexed to document MEPC 80/16/4, we think that it shows a clear deviation of IMO's concentration from its function and merit, as it includes controversial concepts and terms that lack precise and absolute definitions acceptable to all member states or within international law, such as dark ship or illicit. For the reasons stated by the delegation of the Islamic Republic of Iran during MEPC 80 and some others, as reflected in the report of MEPC 80 on the agenda item 16, the Islamic Republic of Iran strongly demands the revision of the proposed Assembly resolution, the details of which can be found in the subparagraphs 1, 2, 3 of paragraph 6. The proposed modifications are presented in the annex to this document with proposed deletions gray shaded and in strike through font, and proposed new text gray shaded and underlined. The Assembly is invited to consider the proposals presented in paragraph 6.1 to 6.3 of the submission and take action as appropriate. Thank you, Vice President.
I thank the distinguished delegate of Iran. At this stage, I now invite one of the co-sponsors to introduce document A33/13/2. Any co-sponsors? United States has the floor.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. The United States is honored to introduce document A33/13/2 on behalf of the co-sponsors. This document was submitted in response to consideration by MEPC 80 and the comments shown in paragraph 16.14 to 16.23 of its final report, MEPC 80/17, of the draft resolution presented in document MEPC 80/16/4. Based on these comments, changes to the draft resolution in MEPC 80/16/4 have been inserted, and a revised draft resolution is presented in the annex to this document for consideration of the Assembly. In making these changes, the co-sponsors have clarified terms and developed definitions based upon industry's best practices. As the details of these changes are fully explained in the document in paragraphs 3 through 14, I will only briefly summarize the changes in this introduction. Firstly, there is a change that settles on the term illegal rather than illicit. A definition of dark fleet or shadow fleet is now provided in the new draft resolution, noting that both terms generally mean the same and are used interchangeably. Also included is a list of attributes to provide clarity about ships that may fall within this definition. The new draft resolution more accurately reflects conditions of operational transmissions of both AIS and LRIT, noting that non-receipt of such transmissions is not a conclusive indicator of illegal activity, and that further investigation by port states would be appropriate to determine if ships had stopped transmissions for legitimate reasons. The text was adjusted in response to comments regarding potential criminalization of seafarers who may be unknowingly caught up in illegal activities when they have no idea the ship they are on is operating in an illegal manner. Paragraphs 15 through 17 highlight the changes to the operative paragraphs in the draft resolution based on the changes previously explained. Distinguished delegates, in the view of the co-sponsors, the proposed changes to the draft resolution respond positively to the comments received at MEPC 80 on the draft resolution presented in MEPC 80/16/4. Therefore, going forward, it is recommended that the draft resolution shown in the annex to this document, A33/13/2, be used as the basis for further consideration of the draft resolution by the Assembly. Thank you, Madam Vice President.
I thank the distinguished delegate of the United States. I note that both the annex to document A33/13/1 and the annex to document A33/13/2 present the full text of the draft Assembly resolution forwarded by MEPC 80 together with the respective modifications proposed by the submitters of each document. So I consider that the text of the draft resolution set out in document MEPC 80/16/4 has been superseded by the modified versions submitted directly to this Assembly. Therefore, I invite comments on document A33/13/1 submitted by the Islamic Republic of Iran and A33/13/2 submitted by the United States and co-sponsors, with a view to determining if there is support for adoption of the version in the annex to document A33/13/1 or the version in the annex to document A33/13/2. The floor is now open. I would start with the distinguished delegate of India who took the floor earlier. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. India appreciates document A33/13/2. The Indian delegation shares the concerns raised in the resolution regarding the unsafe and hazardous aspects of ship-to-ship transfer of oil and acknowledges the need for comprehensive measures to address them effectively. However, we would like to express our concerns and reservations, as pointed out, regarding certain aspects of the resolution, particularly the use of terms such as dark shipping and shadow fleet. As outlined in the draft resolution for adoption, these terms are currently undefined and vague for the maritime sector and hence raise pertinent questions about the clarity and precision of the resolution's provisions. In this context, we believe it is essential that any resolution adopted by this Assembly should only reflect clear and internationally agreed definitions and terms. It is imperative that we differentiate between legitimate and illicit ship-to-ship operations to ensure that we target the right entities and activities. Hence, this delegation feels that this organization must adhere to its mandate and avoid using imprecise expressions that might cast doubt on the organization's credibility or risk stigmatizing the industry. To address these concerns effectively, we propose that the Assembly may refer the resolution for reconsideration by the MEPC and detailed deliberations to bring in defined clarity to terms such as dark shipping, shadow fleet, etc. This will ensure that our efforts are targeted, well-informed, and ultimately more successful in achieving our shared objectives. In conclusion, the Indian delegation reaffirms its commitment to enhancing safety and environmental protection in STS oil transfers. We appreciate the intentions behind the resolution on dark ships, but believe that further clarity and precision in terminology are essential for its effective implementation. We stand ready to collaborate with other member states to address these concerns and work towards a resolution that effectively addresses these issues. Thank you, Madam Vice President.
I thank the delegation of India for their comments and give the floor to Liberia.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. Liberia thanks the submitters under this agenda item, in particular matters relating to the STS operations. Liberia in general supports document A33/13/2. However, Liberia notes that the draft resolution lacks elements of verification and details of what to notify. Liberia proposes that this is further looked at in detail when Committee 2 addresses the draft resolution. Thank you, Madam Vice President.
Thank the distinguished delegate of Liberia and give the floor to the United Kingdom.
Thank you, Vice President, and good afternoon to all distinguished colleagues. As a co-sponsor to this document, as well as the previous submissions to the MEPC 80, the United Kingdom fully supports the proposals therein, document A33/13/2. Following the discussions at MEPC, the co-sponsors have taken on board all comments and produced the revised Assembly resolution presented in this paper. This delegation strongly believes that ship-to-ship transfers at sea present a high risk of pollution and can cause severe damage to coasts and the interests of coastal states. The UK wishes to reiterate the need for flag states to contribute to the enhancement of regulations related to ship-to-ship transfers and ensure that tankers under their flag adhere to the requirements of the IMO Convention, which are put in place to minimise severe risk posed by oil pollution. The adoption of this Assembly resolution would raise awareness of the important issues that illegal operations in the maritime sector pose. The operative paragraphs in this resolution provide some of the ways in which we can collaborate and contribute to the monitoring of these practices. Mindful of concerns raised, this delegation is of the view that the issues that were raised at MEPC and also again here have been addressed in document A33/13/2, and we would therefore propose that the resolution based in the annex of this document is sent to Committee 2 as a base document. The UK strongly urges flag states, port states and coastal states to consider implementing the measures suggested to prevent the illicit operations of shipping in the maritime sector. Thank you, Vice President.
I thank the distinguished delegate of the United Kingdom and give the floor to Spain.
Muchas gracias, señora.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. As co-sponsor to the proposal that has just been made by the United States, we fully support the draft resolution to prevent illegal operations of dark shipping set out in document A33/13/2, which is intended to raise awareness of the dangers of illegal operations in the maritime sector, which are an important danger for seafarers, ships, and the marine environment. We would urge and encourage all parties and relevant stakeholders to take steps to prevent illegal operations of dark shipping in the maritime sector. With regard to document A33/13/1, this delegation is opposed to the draft amendments which have been submitted by the Islamic Republic of Iran because they take as a premise, and I'm quoting from paragraph 5 of their document, that these operations shall not endanger maritime safety nor result in pollution of the marine environment. This delegation does not agree with that view, nor the desired aims of that resolution, hence opposition to these amendments which have been proposed. As the UK has said, we believe that issues that have been raised are covered in the annex to our document. We would therefore propose that it be referred to Committee 2 for further comment. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished delegation of Spain, and I give the floor to Turkey.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. We'd like to thank the submitters of both documents. The issue has been on the agenda of various organs of this organization for some time. Turkey recognizes the safety, security, and environmental risks and consequences of the illegal operations that endanger navigational and environmental safety as described in the draft resolution, particularly STS operations. Furthermore, we share the concerns addressed in the document. Turkey already performs strict measures for STS operations conducted in her waters and applies additional controls and measures to the ships that have switched off their AIS or LRIT system during their voyage. Those measures include denial of those ships from port entry. This delegation would like to emphasize once again the importance of making such arrangements by the coastal states for the effective implementation of the essential IMO conventions. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished delegate of Turkey and have the pleasure of calling upon the distinguished delegate of Ukraine.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. At the outset, this delegation would like to join others in commending the results achieved at the recent MEPC session, including the adoption of the revised 2023 IMO GSG strategy, which should foster our joint decarbonization efforts at sea. As the priority task for this Assembly, we consider the adoption of the decision targeting the illegal operations of the dark fleet involved in the ship-to-ship transfer of oil and other substances. We proceed from the need to strengthen the role of flag and port states, as well as potentially affected coastal states in implementing measures to deter such illegal activities in order to protect the marine environment. This issue has gained particular importance with the growth of attempts to use the above-mentioned practices to circumvent international sanctions, including those aimed at limiting Russia's ability to use crude oil to fuel its military campaign against Ukraine. Coastal states should be encouraged to closely monitor such operations in their territorial sea or exclusive economic zone, and consider banning them for the sake of reducing the pollution. With this in mind, Ukraine joined the list of co-sponsors of the relevant document A33/13/2 and fully supports the text of the draft resolution and calls for its adoption by the Assembly. I thank you.
I thank the distinguished delegate of Ukraine and give the floor to Sweden.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. With regards to the draft resolution in Annex 2 of the document 3313 on illicit operations and dark shipping, Sweden supports the proposal in general. Sweden is one of the co-sponsors of document A3313-2, proposing amendments to the draft resolution, which are proposed in order to incorporate the various comments from the plenary as captured in the final report of MEPC 80. Needless to say, we support these amendments to be introduced into the draft resolution before it is adopted. For that same reason, Sweden cannot support the proposal made in document A3313/1. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished delegate of Sweden and I give the floor to Iran.
Thank you, Vice President, and thank you for allowing me to come back again. Vice Chair and distinguished delegates, now we are facing an exceptional, I think, situation. The draft resolution as annexed to document A33/13/2 has not only eliminated and removed the ambiguities and concerns of the proposed resolution from MEPC 80 session, and of course, as our distinguished delegates from India also mentioned right now, as raised by the Islamic Republic and some others during its deliberation and preparation by MEPC, but rather has added the interpretable expressions such as sanctions and sanctions regimes and so forth. Vice Chair, the Islamic Republic of Iran would like to express its deep concern for presenting this new draft resolution in this document during the very little remaining time until the Assembly opening session, which has really undermined and reduced the chance for all members to consider, discuss, and liaison with others, and then present their own opinions and suggestions, considering equal conditions for each member during this short time. Therefore, we need more time for better consideration and review of the issues. The Vice President and the distinguished delegates, we all know that the technical issues have always been considered and elaborated by the related IMO technical bodies, and in this case by MEPC, LEC, and even MEC committees. And then after the deep consideration and full discussion, and when it has been matured enough, will be proposed to the Assembly for the final approval. Why? This is because in the technical committees, both the competent experts are present, and there is enough time for exchange of views and discussions. However, the truth is that we are facing the contextual and fundamental changes in the proposed resolution of document A33/13/2. In particular, as to the operative paragraphs, in the MEPC draft resolution, there are 9 operative paragraphs. 9 operative paragraphs. Whereas, in the draft resolution proposed in document A33/13/2, there is one detailed paragraph added as number 1, and 7 other paragraphs which have been substantially amended. Therefore, as in the Assembly session, usually the high-level maritime delegations and authorities at managerial and ministerial positions are participating, and the adequate competent experts who are specialized in technical issues are not present, and the time is not enough for deep consideration and review of this prominent sensitive issue. And in our case, unfortunately, the Iranian delegation, none of 5 delegates could participate for the UK government's lack of cooperation in issuance of visa, while we applied at least 8 to 9 weeks before the Assembly. Why? They should respond. In conclusion, because of this controversial situation now we are facing, it is suggested that all 3 draft resolutions annexed to this document as proposed by distinguished delegate of India be referred to the MEPC and legal committee, and when necessary, the MSC committee whatsoever, for further consideration and discussion of technical and legal terms, meanings, and conditions. We strongly believe that this resolution, considering the essential changes proposed in the document A33/13/2, requires further review, and at this stage shouldn't be referred to Committee 2 as a basis. Finally, I thank you for giving me the time since I'm not there and I have to actually virtually address the assembly. If the assembly is going to take the issue further, we believe that still MEPC, the annex, the resolution annex to MEPC should be considered as a basis, not this resolution submitted by a group of countries that actually, as I said, substantially changed the whole issues with the new paragraphs, amended paragraphs, and even the preamble paragraphs. Thank you, Madam Chair.
I thank the distinguished delegate of Iran for making his comments and recommendations. I now give the floor to Panama.
Muchas gracias, señora vicepresidenta.
Thank you, Madam Vice President, and good afternoon to all those of you here in the hall, and good evening and good morning to those of you following us remotely. We'd like to begin by congratulating MEPC for the teamwork and its achievements together with all delegations. We'd like to thank the co-sponsors for this document, 13/2, which unfortunately, because of time, we were unable to co-sponsor ourselves. It contains the improved draft resolution to tackle illegal operations of the so-called dark fleet or shadow fleet, and for the commitment it shows towards preserving our oceans and guaranteeing the safety of shipping and protection of seafarers. As a country, protection of our waters and of our marine biodiversity is fundamental. And that's why we have substantially increased the areas under protection by a decree. So now we cover about 54.33% of our EEZ in this way, thus exceeding the 30 by 30 initiative, which is the international goal, and which was agreed during the 15th United Nations Conference on Biodiversity, which brought together delegations of 188 countries. The dark fleet and its illegal operations increase the likelihood of oil spills, in particular during unreported, unsupervised transfer operations, which jeopardizes the protection of our waters, of our marine biodiversity, and of important industries for many countries, including our own, including, for example, fisheries and tourism, just to mention a couple, and which has a negative impact on the economy of those countries which may be affected in this way. To this end, illegal operations which are carried out by these ships also make application of the international liability and compensation regime less effective because of the difficulties there are in identifying which ship is responsible for the spill, thus significantly increasing the financial risk for the IOPC funds. As a responsible flag state and one which keeps a constant watch on proper compliance with international maritime codes and conventions, Panama believes that this sort of illegal operation is unacceptable because of the imminent danger this represents for the safety of international shipping and the protection of the seas and the coasts of the entire world. For these reasons, we have ourselves been taking steps to globally monitor our own merchant fleet. And this includes the establishment of a monitoring and control center and the configuration of 20 polygons in sensitive areas, which enable us to have a better understanding of the fleet's behavior and in order to ensure better control, which will allow us to identify abnormal behavior and in this way seek to avoid illegal activities, including activity related to IUU fishing. Furthermore, we now have strict internal procedures for penalties to be levied on those ships which repeatedly display this kind of behavior as described. This has led to penalties being imposed on 37 and 54 ships in 2022 and 2023, respectively. And a further 79 tankers are currently going through that procedure. Madam Vice President, as is apparent and as we can see from the figures, this sort of activity is continuing and is increasing. We've done this in order to ensure that we comply properly and abide by international agreements on safety of shipping, on the protection and prevention of pollution from the marine environment. We're also pleased to inform you that our fleet complies by 93% when it comes to position reporting through LRIT. And as the first register to implement a compulsory annual conformity check of LRIT among our fleet, whereby we issue an electronic certificate of conformity, we've opted to use QR codes in order to verify the ship's data in real time. And by way of conclusion, Madam Vice President, Panama, taking into account the risks represented by the dark fleet and the global challenges for all countries of these illegal operations, support the amendments as proposed to the draft resolution on illegal operations in the maritime sector, submitted by the co-sponsors, and consequently, we support its adoption. Thank you very much, Madam Vice President.
Thank you, distinguished delegate of Panama. Since we're nearly tea break time, I will give one more delegation the floor before we break for tea. Norway has the floor.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. This delegation would like to express its appreciation both to the MEPC Committee's deliberation and to the co-sponsors of document 13A33/13/2. Norway is deeply concerned with the increase of the so-called dark fleet, as operation by such vessel heighten the risk of oil pollution incidents and raises genuine concerns over safety of seafarers, ships, and the marine environment. We note with concern that the ships in the dark fleet poses a real and high risk of incidents, particularly when going dark and engaging in ship-to-ship transfers and otherwise avoid oversight or regulation by flag or coastal states. Norway fully support the resolution as well as the amendments as proposed in the document 833/13/2 and underlines its importance in raising awareness of important issues that poses a threat to the protection of the environment, the safety of seafarers, and the liability and compensation regime. This delegation would in particular like to emphasize the importance of obtaining sufficient P&I insurance coverage for transport of oil. This delegation support forwarding the document to Committee 2 for further deliberation, and as a base document, use 13/2. Thank you, Madam Vice President.
I thank the distinguished delegate of Norway. Before we break for coffee, I want to give the floor to Chile. They have an announcement to make.
Gracias, señora Presidente.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam Vice President. I'm so sorry. I'm speaking Spanish again. Your Excellency, distinguished delegates, members of the Secretariat, and our dear interpreters, on the occasion of Chile's candidacy for IMO's Council standing under Category C, our delegation would like to invite you to our coffee break and to enjoy some traditional Chilean sweets which have been homemade specially for this occasion, and also a selection of sweets and a small memento. And finally, I'd ask you to continue to place your trust in Chile to serve this organization and its member states as a council member of the IMO. Thank you very much, Madam Vice President.
I thank the delegation of Chile for the wonderful tea they're organizing. Bravo. That's a common word, English and Spanish. And we'll start again at 4:30. Distinguished delegates, welcome back from the tea break, the afternoon tea break. We will continue general comments of delegations on 833/13.2 and 833/13.1. And I have the pleasure of giving the floor to the delegation of the Netherlands.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam President. Let me first thank the delegation of Chile.
Is the delegation of Netherlands? Yes.
Yeah.
You have the floor, madam.
Yeah? Thank you. Thank you, Madam President. First of all, let me thank the delegation of Chile for their delicious coffee and cakes. This makes attending this meeting something really special. The Kingdom of the Netherlands would also like to support the intervention made by delegations just before the coffee break. We would like to support the adoption of the amended draft Assembly resolution as proposed in document A3313/2 and support that this document is sent to the committee too as a base document. We note that the ships in the dark fleet pose a real and high risk of incident, particularly when engaging in ship-to-ship transfers, and we therefore support the call and requested actions of the draft resolution. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, the Netherlands. That was a short statement. May I encourage all other delegations to follow suit? Because we have so little time and other agenda to discuss. I now give the floor to Finland.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. Finland fully aligns itself with the intervention by Spain and others. We are of the view that we should adopt the draft Assembly resolution as proposed to be amended by A33/13/2, urging Member States and all relevant stakeholders to promote actions to prevent illicit operations of dark shipping in the maritime sector as set out in A33/13 by the Secretary General. Risk level for an oil accident with environmental consequences has increased also in the Northern Baltic Sea area during the last 1.5 years due to the ship-to-ship operations, as also highlighted by our neighbouring country Estonia in its intervention. In accordance, unfortunately, we cannot support the draft amendments proposed in A33/13/1 by Islamic Republic of Iran. Thank you, Madam Vice President.
I thank the delegation of Finland and give the floor to the distinguished delegate of China.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. Regarding the draft Assembly resolution, China supports a problem-oriented approach to continuously improve the existing IMO's regulatory framework on the ship-to-ship transfer operations so as to prevent the risk posed to safety of ships and seafarers, as well as to the marine environment by such transfer operations that do not comply with IMO standards. Our delegation is grateful to the co-sponsors for their efforts in formulating the resolution draft. Regarding the expression in proposal A33/13/2, we are of the view that they are not sufficiently clear, such as the reference to breaching of the sanction does create a legal jeopardy, and therefore it is illegal to do so, but didn't specify which organization's sanction was breached. Meanwhile, we believe we are of the doubt that whether it is appropriate to consider the breach of the sanction decided by other organizations as illegal within the regulatory framework in this organization is appropriate. We are of the view that this Assembly resolution should focus on how to address the ship-to-ship operation that violate the IMO's regulation with the mandate of this organization. Thank you, Madam Vice President.
Of China and invite the delegation of Canada.
Thank you, Madam President, Vice President. Canada urges the Assembly to consider the document introduced by the United States and, as a co-sponsor of this paper, support the proposed resolution as it appears in the annex to A33-13-2. Illegal ship-to-ship transfers can have a significant negative impact on the marine environment and can support activities with non-commercial objectives. The risks and impacts cannot be understated. At MEPC 80, Canada worked cooperatively with other member states to create a resolution that we think would help fight this activity. We believe that the amendments proposed here further strengthens, clarifies, and addresses concerns raised on the original. Thank you, Madam Vice President.
I thank the distinguished delegation of Canada and now give the floor to Denmark.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Madam Vice President. Being a co-sponsor of A33-13-2, we also support that document, and for the sake of brevity, given the time constraints, we would simply align with the comments made by the United States, UK, Spain, and others in highlighting why this proposal is very important in terms of safeguarding safety of life at sea and the marine environment nonetheless. We would also remark and repeat other comments that the draft in this document takes into account many concerns raised at the MEPC 80 meeting, including on the definitions. So for that reason, we would support that we send it to Committee 2 and base as a base document for further discussions. Thank you very much.
I thank the delegation of Denmark for that suggestion. The floor is now Australia's.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. Australia also thanks the co-sponsors of A33/13/2 for their good work on the draft resolution. Australia is broadly in support of this suggested text, noting that it is a positive step in reducing the likelihood of undetected and risky illegal ship-to-ship operations. It also acknowledges the role of flag states in addressing these sorts of dangerous activities, given the very real risk to safety and environment these operations pose and the terrible consequences we would all have to deal with. We support this document being referred to Committee 2 to finalise for this Assembly to issue. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished delegate of Australia and give the floor to Romania.
Madam Vice President, referring to document A33/13/2, Romania as co-sponsor, being deeply concerned with the increase of STS operations in our economic exclusive zone, actively support the adoption of the draft Assembly resolution, urging Member States and all relevant stakeholders to promote actions to prevent illicit operations of dark shipping in the maritime sector. Also, Romania opposed to draft amendments proposed in document A33/13/1 by Islamic Republic of Iran. Thank you, Madam Vice President.
I thank the distinguished delegate of Romania and give the floor to Japan.
Thank you, Vice President. We record that MEPC 80 agreed to forward the draft Assembly resolution to this Assembly with a view to finalization and adoption, noting that additional document could be submitted. So with this background, this delegation wishes to adopt the Assembly resolution to address illegal operations at this Assembly. And as one of the co-sponsors, we support sending document A33/13/2 as the base document to Committee 2 for finalization. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished delegate of Japan and give the floor to Portugal.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Madam Vice President. My apologies. Allow us first to congratulate the President, you, Madam Vice President, and the second Vice President of this Assembly on your election. Also thanks to all delegations hosting receptions on the margin of this meeting. Madam Vice President, as one of the co-sponsors of document A33/13/2, Portugal supports the amendments of the draft resolution urging member states and all relevant stakeholders to promote actions to prevent illegal operations in the maritime sector. To be brief, as you requested, Madam Vice President, we align ourselves with the interventions made by the United States, the United Kingdom, Spain, and other delegations. We support that this draft resolution be deferred to Committee 2 for finalization as a base document with a view to adoption by this Assembly. Madam Vice President, Portugal continues to express its grave concern on any dangerous operations and methods for concealing a ship's identity, particularly when engaging in ship-to-ship transfers. I thank you.
I thank the distinguished delegate of Portugal and give the floor to Belize.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. The delegation of Belize would like to thank the sponsors of documents A33-13-1 and A33-13-2. Belize, by having one of the largest barrier reefs in the Western Hemisphere, any ship-to-ship operation carried out illegally may negatively impact our delicate ecosystem and coastal communities if these risky operations are practiced near our waters. Therefore, Belize aligns itself with document A33-13-2 submitted by Austria, Belgium, and others. However, we also believe that there are some deficiencies or lack of information in the paper as mentioned by the esteemed delegation of Liberia. Therefore, we would like to request that it is further reviewed in Committee 2. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished delegation of Belize and give the floor to Ireland.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. I will be brief. As a co-sponsor of paper A33/13/2 submitted by Austria and others, Ireland supports the adoption of the draft Assembly resolution on illegal operations in the maritime sector as proposed to be amended by paper A33/13/2, and we oppose the draft amendments proposed in paper A33/13/1. In this regard, Ireland supports the statements by Spain, the United States, the United Kingdom and other member states, and also supports the reference of document A33/13/2 to Committee 2 as a base document for finalisation. Thank you again, Madam Vice President.
I thank you, the delegation of Ireland, and now I give the floor to the distinguished delegate of Russian Federation.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. Good afternoon to you. Good afternoon, distinguished colleagues. First of all, we would like to thank Chile for the coffee break and for all other delegations who have shown us hospitality and will show us hospitality through this week. On the matter at hand, Madam Vice President, of course, in general, we share the concern expressed on ship-to-ship operations. And at the MEPC, we stated that we support the concept. However, Madam Vice President, at the same time, we agree with what has been said by the delegation of India and then by China subsequently. We believe that our organization should stick to its mandate and should not be referring to sanctions applied by other organizations or other countries. In particular, this reference should not be in the text of the resolution, in our view. Therefore, in the wording where reference is made to the sanctions, we can't support the text of the resolution there. We also note once again that we believe that our organisation should stay within its mandate and follow its rules. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished delegation of the Russian Federation for the comments, and I now give the floor to Croatia.
Madam Vice President, the Croatia is one of co-sponsor document A33/13/2. The increase of number of ships operating in ship-to-ship operations and doing so whilst attempting to avoid surveillance raises our concern over the safety of seafarers, ships, and particularly marine environment. Such ships are not in comply with MARPOL and SOLAS, and in particular intentionally taking measures to avoid ships detection, such as stopping their automatic identification system or long-range identification and tracking and transmission. So we fully support document A33/13/2 amendments to the draft resolution on illegal operation in the maritime sector. Thank you, Madam Vice President.
I thank the distinguished delegate of Croatia and invite Latvia to make their comments.
Thank you, Madam President. Good afternoon to everybody. And as this is first time this delegation is speaking, let me congratulate you for being elected as the Vice President of the conference and commend also the way you deal with the proceeding of this assembly. This delegation also would like to congratulate Arsenio Dominguez and express our support to him. Latvia, as the co-sponsor of the document A33/13/2, supports the document being referred to committee number 2, and we oppose the document A33/13/1 submitted by Islamic Republic of Iran. Latvia also supports comments made by distinguished delegations of Spain, United States of America, and others supporting this document, A33/13/2. Thank you very much.
I thank the delegation of Croatia and give the floor to Latvia. Oh, sorry. I thank the delegation of Latvia and give the floor to the delegation of Greece. See how I bungle up.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. As co-sponsors of 33/13/2, we would like to express our appreciation to all IMO member states which contributed to the development of this draft Assembly resolution. We totally support the need to raise awareness of issues surrounding illegal operations in the maritime sector that pose a significant danger to seafarers, ships, and the marine environment. To this end, we are not in a position to support draft amendments proposed in 33/13/1. Thank you, Madam Vice President.
I thank the delegation of Greece. I think about more than 35 delegations have spoken, and what I note is the overwhelming support for the version of the draft Assembly resolution set out in the annex to document A33/13/2. Therefore, may I suggest that the Assembly approve in principle the draft resolution on urging Member States and all relevant stakeholders to promote actions to prevent illegal operations in the maritime sector by the dark fleet or shadow fleet set out in the annex to document A33/13/2. May I therefore propose that the plenary confirm the content of the draft resolution and refer document A33/13/2 to Technical Committee 2 for the editorial review with a view to adoption when the plenary considers the report of the Committee 2. Does the House agree to that? If there are no objections, then it is so decided. I just don't have a gavel. All right. And at this time, we have now discussed all the documents and issues which have been presented for consideration under Agenda Item 13, and that certain issues will be referred, as I have concluded, in individual cases to Committee 2 for detailed consideration as appropriate. If there is no objection to that, it is so decided. And now I invite the Assembly to consider Agenda Item 14, consideration of the reports and recommendations of the Technical Cooperation Committee, which includes two documents, the reports of the 72nd and 73rd sessions of the Technical Cooperation Committee, and these are referred to in document A33/14 submitted by the Secretary General and document A33/14/1 submitted by the Russian Federation, commenting on document A33/14. I first invite the Chair of the Technical Cooperation Committee, His Excellency Mr. Dwight Gardner, to introduce the reports of the committee, bearing in mind that they will be considered in detail by Committee 1, and then we will consider document A33/14/1 from the Russian Federation. Ambassador Gardner has the floor.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. Madam Vice President, distinguished delegates, it gives me great pleasure to introduce the work of the Technical Cooperation Committee during the present biennium. The Technical Cooperation Committee continued to carry out its mandate through the implementation of the Integrated Technical Cooperation Program, the ITCP. In 2021, notwithstanding the continuing impact of the COVID-19 global pandemic, the ITCP accomplished 50% delivery of the planned technical cooperation activities, whilst 2022 demonstrated a gradual but steady return to pre-COVID implementation levels, with 70% of the planned ITCP activities delivered. Partnership development for both financial and in-kind support remained a key factor in the delivery of the ITCP. As of October 2023, there were 122 operational partnerships for the delivery of technical cooperation activities. The need of sustainable financing for the ITCP is a subject that continues to be at the core of the committee's deliberations. The committee approved the proposed ITCP for 2024 to 2025, including the core activities planned on the regional and global programs, subject to the adequate funding estimated at some $28.4 million. At its 130th session, the Council approved a proposed biennial TC fund allocation for 2024 and 2025 of £10.8 million, and it is programmed use for the core activities of the ITCP for 2024-2025. The TC fund allocation amounts to some $13.4 million, which is a shortfall of some $15 million between the total estimated costs of delivering all the activities and the approved biennial TC fund allocation. To deliver the ITCP in full, the shortfall will have to be mobilized from external sources in accordance with the organization's long-term resource mobilization strategy and Resolution A1167 on the organizations on revising financing and partnership arrangements for an effective and sustainable ITCP. The committee also agreed to review the capacity building decade 2021 to 2030 strategy by merging it with both the strategy for the long-term financing of the ITCP and strategy for resource mobilization for IMO's technical cooperation activities in one comprehensive strategy. The committee noted the activities implemented under the IMO's Innovative Women in Maritime program in particular the strong support for the establishment of an IMO Gender Equality Award. The celebration of the first International Day for Women in Maritime on 18 May 2022 and the publishing of the IMO Worcester International Women in Maritime Survey Report, as well as the launch of the Maritime Speakers Bureau. At its 73rd session, the committee also approved a global strategy for the IMO Women in Maritime Associations with the aim of aligning the work and objectives of the regional associations established under the IMO umbrella. The committee also noted the progress made in relation to the establishment of the IMO Regional Presence Office in the Pacific Island region, in Fiji, as well as in the Middle East and North Africa region to be located in Egypt. In closing, Madam Vice President, I wish to reiterate the committee's deep appreciation and thanks to all donors, governments, organizations, and industry bodies alike for their financial contributions and in-kind support to IMO's technical cooperation activities. On behalf of the committee, I urge others to also contribute to enhance the organization's ability to deliver the technical assistance required by their membership. Finally, I would also like to record my appreciation to the staff of the Technical Cooperation Division for their work during the biennium on the review. Also, to my Vice Chair, Ms. Anais Beracol of Panama, for supporting me in chairing the 73rd session of the committee. Thank you, Madam Vice President.
I thank the Chair of the Technical Cooperation Committee, Ambassador Gardner, for all his hard work and for the report. I now have the pleasure of requesting the Secretary General to add his comments.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. The work of the technical cooperation is a clear indication of the organization's steadfastness to achieve its mandate and ensure that member states are supported to deliver on its objectives and the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. In this regard, I'm pleased to note the lead taken by the Technical Cooperation Committee to align the organization's technical cooperation work with the Sustainable Development Goal SDGs and provide the necessary assistance to member states through a wide range of technical cooperation activities. The IMO Regional Presence Scheme plays a supporting role in the delivery of the IMO technical assistance activities and the international maritime community, taking into consideration the fact that the scheme has been operational for 20 years. I'm pleased to note the progress made in relation to the establishment of IMO Regional Presence Office in Pacific Island region and the Middle East and North Africa region. Distinguished delegates, there is a continuous need to identify a sustainable financing mechanism for technical cooperation. Thus, the proactive approach to develop a comprehensive strategy to ensure long-term, predictable, and sustainable implementation of IMO's technical cooperation activities will ensure we continue to attract new resources through mobilization effort. Before I conclude, I wish to thank the chairs of the committee during this biennium, His Excellency Mr. Laurent Parangte of Vanuatu, His Excellency Mr. Dwight Gardner of Antigua Barbuda for their excellent work, and congratulate His Excellency Mr. Dwight Gardner for his re-election as chair of the committee, and Ms. Anais Berrocal from Panama as a Vice Chair of the committee and wish them every success. I also wish to express my deepest appreciation for the services of the Mrs. Mandana Mansourian of the Islamic Republic of Iran as the previous Vice Chair of the committee, who we sadly lost this year. I would also like to take this opportunity to express appreciation to the host countries of the IMO regional presence offices and to all technical cooperation partners for their financial contribution and in-kind support. Finally, I wish to thank all members attending meetings of the Technical Cooperation Committee for their contribution, support, and cooperation. My appreciation also goes to the Secretariat, in particular the staff of the Technical Cooperation Division and the Department of Partnership and Projects for their commitment, dedication, and support. Thank you, Madam Vice President.
I thank the Secretary General for his comments. At this stage, we do have a long agenda, and I'm supposed to be inviting comments, general comments from delegation on the Technical Cooperation Committee report, bearing in mind that, it'll be considered also by Committee 1. I can take symbolic, maybe 3 statements. I know that everyone supports the Technical Cooperation Committee, how important it is, particularly for developing countries. And yet, we have a resolution that will be tabled afterwards and by the Russian Federation, and then so many agenda. And what do we say? Is that agreeable? Let's see the delegation of Morocco. You have the floor, sir.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. I think there was a delegation asking for the floor before us.
Which delegation, if you could?
Namibia.
You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. Namibia would like to commence our remarks by extending our sincere condolences to the Iranian delegation, as well as the family and friends of the late Mrs. Mansourian, the former Vice Chair of the Technical Cooperation Committee, who sadly passed away in February of this year. We also wish to congratulate the newly elected chairperson of the TCC for 2023, His Excellency Mr. Dwight Gardiner of Antigua and Barbuda, and Mrs. Anais Berrocal, Panama, as the Vice Chair. Turning to the matter at hand, we express our gratitude to the Secretariat for providing a comprehensive overview of the TCC's activities since the last regular session of the Assembly as outlined in document A33/14. We have carefully reviewed the report and have taken note of many commendable accomplishments, including enhanced resource mobilization and growing donor support for the Integrated Technical Cooperation Program, which assists developing countries like ours in enhancing their human and institutional capacities in the implementation and enforcement of IMO instruments. However, recognizing that the priorities of donors may not always align with the need of developing countries, we propose that the perspectives of developing countries be considered in the initiation of resource mobilization activities and projects. We have also noted, Madam Vice President, in the report that Africa continues to enjoy priority when it comes to resource allocation under the ITCP, Obviously, this is highly appreciated. However, we urge the IMO Secretariat to, as a matter of priority, fill the existing vacancies in critical roles dedicated to technical cooperation activities for Africa in order to ensure that the continent's maritime needs are addressed in an effective manner. In conclusion, Madam Vice President, we wish to express our most deepest appreciation to the IMO for continued technical support to Namibia. Thank you, Madam Vice President.
Thank you, the distinguished delegate of Namibia, for your comments and recommendations. I now have the pleasure of giving the floor to the distinguished delegate of Suriname.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. We thank the Secretary General and the Chair of the Technical Cooperation Committee for document 833/14. During the second regional meeting of directors and heads of maritime administration of the Caribbean region earlier this year, delegates took the opportunity to offer personal and professional sentiments to Mr. Colin Young, IMO Regional Coordinator for the Caribbean region, on his retirement and for his invaluable contribution to the development of the maritime sector of the Caribbean region. We therefore welcome the commitment expressed by the government of Trinidad and Tobago to continue its support for the IMO Regional Presence Scheme by signing a host country agreement with the IMO Secretariat for a period of 3 years effective from 13 July 2023 as contained in document TC 73/INF.8. Madam Vice President, we therefore invite the IMO Secretariat to complete the process of filling the vacancy of IMO Regional Coordinator for the Caribbean region. In closing, it would be remiss of me not to congratulate His Excellency Mr. Dwight Garner from Antigua and Barbuda as Chair and Ms. Anise Berrocal from Panama as Vice Chair of TC. Thank you, Madam Vice President.
I thank the delegation of Suriname for their comments and have the pleasure of giving the floor to Morocco.
Merci, Madame.
Thank you, Madam Vice President, for giving us the floor. First of all, we would like to thank the Secretariat for the excellent work they have done in supporting Member States in technical cooperation, in particular the Projects and Partnerships Department. Our delegation approves the fund allocation for 2024 to 2025, and we are pleased with the progress which has been made and believe that we have here the tools in place to promote in-person technical cooperation. We invite the Secretariat to continue its work. We support the proposal to revise the Resolution A 1163/32 and to disseminate the strategy for the long-term financing of ITCP and the strategy for resource mobilization for IMO's technical cooperation activities into one comprehensive strategy. President, technical cooperation is a tool of our organization to help member states to implement IMO instruments. For this reason, we would like the organization to take into account the gaps identified by audits in a more comprehensive manner. We welcome what has been said by Namibia and support that point made relating to Africa. Thank you.
I thank the delegation of Morocco and give the floor to Kenya. And if there's no objection, that would be the last statement on this report. even though we totally celebrate Ambassador Gardner's hard work for this report. Kenya has the floor.
Thank you, Madam Vice President, and Kenya thanks the Chair of the IMO Technical Cooperation Committee, Ambassador Gardner of Antigua and Barbuda, on his stewardship of the committee activities. Kenya appreciates the focus that is being given in support towards adoption of energy-efficient initiatives in the global shipping industry in order to meet the objectives and aspirations of the IMO greenhouse gas reduction strategy. To this end, Kenya, as one of the hosts of the Maritime Technology Cooperation Center for Africa region, that is the MTCC Africa, which is working towards promoting technical cooperation and transfer of technology on improvement of energy efficiency in ships, has benefited from the technical assistance. We thank specifically the European Commission over their assistance to African countries and many others in the decarbonization and implementation of the IMO greenhouse gas reduction strategy. The European Commission's confirmation to extend the phase 2 of the support for the Global Maritime Technology Cooperation Center Network, that is GMN, for the period 2023-2027 is most welcome and highly appreciated. So this fund will definitely scale up the work of the Regional Maritime Technology Cooperation Center in facilitating the introduction of portside energy efficiency measures and technologies, as well as piloting with some of the vessels on these technologies as they come up. We thank you so much. Kenya also thanks all the donors who are contributing to the IMO Integrated Technical Cooperation Program and the major technical cooperation projects which are being implemented through the IMO Regional Presence Office in Nairobi. We really appreciate and look forward even to brighter and better things in future. Thank you very much, Vice President.
I thank the distinguished delegates for commenting on the report of the Technical Cooperation Committee. I know that many other delegations may have wanted to take the floor on this very important report that talks about capacity building of developing country members of this organization. And yet, for the sake of moving on with time, I would like to move on to this next item, which is consideration of this document A33/14/1, which the Russian Federation plans to introduce in this context, which comments on the report of TC72. I now invite the delegation of the Russian Federation to introduce their document.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. As we are commenting on the committee's report, we would like to thank our chair for his presentation. So we thank Dwight Gardner and also the Secretary General for his comments. Madam Vice President, at this session of the Assembly, we would like to say that we would like to express our condolences to the delegation of Iran on the death of our dear colleague, our dear friend, Mandana Mansourian, in February of this year. On our submission, Madam Vice President, technical cooperation provided to countries by our organization provided by the organization to its members is an extremely important matter. And at the same time, it is extremely sensitive. Unfortunately, at the wish of a group of countries, at the 72nd session of this committee, this technical cooperation became a political tool within our organisation. And furthermore, Madam Vice President, this topic has been used as a means of applying pressure, as a means of attacking one member state of the organisation. We recall that at TCC 72, a decision was taken in principle to suspend technical cooperation with the Russian Federation, both as a donor and a host. We are convinced that this decision is completely illegitimate. The TCC does not have competencies under any IMO instrument relating to the provision of technical cooperation, which is a commitment of member states. Furthermore, there is no document which includes anything relating to the suspension of technical cooperation or its limitation or restriction. Madam Vice President, there's a simple explanation as to why this is the case. In developing the principle for the provision of technical cooperation, which, and I repeat this, is a fundamental instrument of IMO. It's included in documents such as MARPOL, STCW, and others. It is an obligation of member states. So those who developed this concept were not imagining that this could be used as an instrument to apply pressure or to punish a member state. But this has become a reality. And we all know who is using this mechanism. Today, we're talking about the Russian Federation. Tomorrow, it could be any other member state of IMO sat here in this room. You could find yourselves in our position, any other country trying to defend its national interest. In our submission, looking at paragraph 9, we invite the Assembly to confirm the illegitimacy of any decision by TCC, to confirm that the decision taken by TCC is illegitimate, to deprive or limit the rights of any IMO member state to provide or receive technical cooperation, and to confirm that this mechanism cannot be used as a means of applying pressure or punishing any member state. This Assembly, we are asking for an answer from the Assembly to this question. Are we correct in our understanding or are we not? Thank you, Madam Vice President. And I would like to reserve the right to take the floor again after the discussion. Thank you.
Okay. When the floor is being
I thank the distinguished delegate of Russian Federation for introducing document A33/14/1, which comments on the report of TC 72. I now invite general comments on the document just introduced by the Russian Federation. I give the floor to the distinguished delegate of Spain.
Muchas gracias, señor.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. We'd like to take this opportunity to thank the Technical Cooperation Committee for the tremendous work done in 22-23. With regard to the document that's just been introduced, A33/14/1, Spain is opposed to the request by the Russian Federation in paragraph 9 of that document, and instead we would request that Assembly confirm the decision of the Technical Cooperation Committee to suspend the participation of the Russian Federation in any technical cooperation activity of the IMO, either as a recipient or as a host. Thank you.
I thank the delegation of Spain and invite comments by the delegation of Ukraine.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. The position laid out by Russia in the paper A33/14/1 is yet another attempt to manipulate this Assembly by twisting the facts. By doing so, this land shows a total disrespect to the Assembly and the organization itself. Suffice it to recall the destructive actions of the Russian representative during the last sessions of the Technical Cooperation Committee. In its document, Russia referred to a violation of Article 1 of the IMO Convention, focusing on cooperation between states. It should be noted that the violation of this particular article by Russia namely led inter alia to a relevant decision of the TC. Notably, the violation by Russia of the para B of Article 1, which encourages the removal of the discriminatory action and unnecessary restrictions by governments so as to promote the availability of shipping services to the commerce of the world without discrimination, provided that such assistance and encouragement is not based on measures designed to restrict the freedom of shipping of all flags to take part in international trade. Madam Vice President, we have to admit, para B of Article 1 of the IMO Convention was rarely regarded by the organization. The constructive spirit that had reigned over the years at the IMO was based on para A of this article. That should be frankly and honestly confessed. Such spirit was entirely wiped out by Russia in 2022. Let us consider whether we understand the real scale of the disaster that happened, the complexity in which not only the Secretariat has found itself, but the organization itself. In fact, the problem relates not only to the revision of the right of access to the programs of technical cooperation. We are dealing with much a bigger strategic problem, to wit, the necessity to review without any exceptions all IMO's approaches to the rights and obligations of port state, flag state, and mainly coastal state in the event of a possible flagrant violation of those rights and obligations by IMO member state. In other words, as it happens today, because of the aggressor's unlawful acts caused in the Black Sea and the Sea of Azov, which until recently were free for international navigation. Ukraine wishes to underscore that Russia has chosen to replace the spirit and letter of cooperation within IMO with aggression, attempted annexation of territories, murder of seafarers and pilots, capture of civilian vessels and torturing their crew members, as well as casting bombs and missiles on port infrastructure and grain terminals, thus freezing any productive technical cooperation activities in the northern part of Black Sea and the Sea of Azov. In this regard, the suspension of Russian participation in any IMO technical cooperation activities, either as a recipient of technical assistance or host, is a needed countermeasure. The organization has repeatedly urged the aggressor state to immediately cease its military action and unconditionally withdraw all its military forces and equipment from the entire territory of Ukraine, fully respecting the territorial integrity, sovereignty, and independence of Ukraine, including its sovereign waters. Until it is achieved, no consideration should be given to the calls from the state disrupting the foundations of international order as to revise the just decision taken within the IMO. We kindly ask you, Madam Vice President, to reflect our comments in the relevant part of the final report and to annex this statement to the report. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished delegate of Ukraine who joined us remotely and give the floor to the distinguished delegation of UK. And may I mention that we now have about 4 more delegations to speak, but we are at 5:35 already. And may I ask them to make them very brief? And before that, I'm very much obliged to seek permission from the interpreters. Do we have their permission?
Yes, that's okay, Madam Vice President.
Very much. The delegation of UK.
Thank you, Vice President, and thank you to the Technical Cooperation Committee and its chairs for the work that they've done since our last meeting of the Assembly. The UK supports the decision of the Technical Cooperation Committee to suspend in principle the participation of the Russian Federation in any IMO technical cooperation activity, either as a recipient or as a host, until such time that the committee decides otherwise. Thank you, President.
Thank you. I have been asked by the Secretariat to close this discussion for today, but we will continue it. So there's hope for everyone. We'll continue in the next session because tomorrow are the elections and all the anxious candidates are waiting for the credentials to be presented, and hence we move on to the consideration of update on Agenda Item 6A, report of the Credential Committee, update on credentials received. I bungled up again. Actually, all this will happen tomorrow morning, just before the elections will take place. We will consider Agenda Item 6 on the report of the Credentials Committee and Agenda Item 4 on requests for waiver for those delegations that wants to make a request for waiver. And then the election of the Council will be conducted, and then we resume consideration of agenda item 14 again, which we were considering today. So with those words, if there are any delegations to make any announcements, is the party over? So no announcement to be made.
Jamaica.
The delegation of Jamaica.
Mexico has it.
The party isn't over, and Mexico. Delegation of Jamaica, Mexico, and Morocco.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. We've worked long today, and it's time to unwind. The Jamaican delegation invites delegates and the Secretariat to an evening of reggae music, good food, and a famous Jamaican drink. So join us at the Jamaican High Commission at 6 p.m. There are coaches outside that will leave the IMO at 5:45, 6:30, and 7 o'clock. And coaches will also take you back to the IMO. Looking forward to seeing everyone later. Thank you.
Mexico, please.
Gracias, señora vicepresidenta. Thank you, Madam Vice President. Yes, truly, it was a very long and hard day, and therefore our delegation would like to welcome all of you to a friendly get-together in the delegates' lobby on the occasion of our standing as a council candidate under Category C. And of course, that includes all the interpreters and other staff who've been doing their best behind the scenes to make sure that the Assembly works smoothly. Come along and try a margarita and Mexican food and, of course, mariachi. Thank you.
Thank you. Morocco.
شكرا سيدة الرئيسة يشرفني أن أدعو الجميع.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. It's a pleasure for me to invite you to breakfast tomorrow at 8 o'clock offered by Morocco. Thank you.
The announcements. You'll be missing the party. Please. Morocco, please continue.
I think he's finished. Korea.
Republic of Korea, please.
Yeah, just simply come and enjoy. We have a dinner reception 7 p.m. at the post floor. I'm a post floor. So please come and enjoy our traditional
Some
style
Gangnam
of kimchi
style?
and our traditional entertainment. With all delegates and the whole secretary member are most welcome. Thank you.
Panama, please. Delegation of Panama.
Buenas tardes a todos.
Good evening, delegates. Don't forget, it's Panama's reception, 8:30 till 11 this evening. Come along and take part and prepare to celebrate. We'll be dancing with our own music and other activities, and you're all welcome.
Distinguished delegates, with that, we close this session, and I wish every delegation competing for IMO Council elections all the very best of luck. Goodbye and good evening.
you.